On the screen? And I am on the screen. Okay. Minimize that. Can you this thing work? Thank you. Thank you. Ow! Got electrocuted. What? A little bit of delay. A little bit of lateness. It is 100% okay at this point of the championship. It's not a lot. I got once I delayed myself for like an hour or something. This time was just like 5 minutes. Ow! Stop electrocuting me! Stupid thing! Stop it! I'm trying to fix you. God damn it. Okay, so the idea today is to continue the first chapter of Danganronpa Another 2. I don't remember the something sun and moon, whatever the hell. But on the last stream, we finished close to what I believe to be the it is on a full screen. It should not be on a full screen while you are in a full screen. Close to what you was just messing things up. Stop it. Close to what's supposed to be the beginning of the first investigation leading to a class trial and stuff like that. As I've been trying to do. I think on the first game, the only parts that I had to divide it was on the 5th chapter, because there was like a lot of dialogue. Like a truckload of dialogue. Like the first part, not the 5th, the 4th chapter. The first part of the 4th chapter was just story, and then the next part was the free time. There was a long free time, followed by a lot of talking, a lot of random stuff. And then finally, investigation and the class trial. Yeah, the 4th chapter on the first game was the longest I had to do so far. Busy is on the right side. Okay. Everything seems to be in order, as far as I can see. The game is loaded. Is it the correct version? I don't know if it is the correct version. Hold on. I closed the folder, goddamn. I forgot to reopen the stream. I know that someone commented, but I forgot to reopen the stream to see if the audio level was okay. Supposed to be this one here. Let me close this and reopen again. And it is on full screen. Stop doing that. I don't... Oh, it is... Okay, it is Defender. I don't often comment on my own theories of the things that have been happening so far. I don't like to start making theories and then... Not because I don't like being wrong. It's more because I don't like being right. Like, if I think on something, I'm like, oh, what if the story goes this way? And a lot of this kind of stuff happens. And they're like, oh, yeah, whatever. Yeah, it sounds interesting. It sounds fun. Sounds kind of dumb, but not as impossible. But yeah, it would be fun if it happened. And then it happens. And I'm like, well, there goes the surprise. Just because I'm a little bit of a smarty. Let me close my curtain. But I do have been done some thinking on my own. Like how the story can go, some of the potential watch targets for the class trial. As the game can go very similar to the second original game, Goodbye Despair. It can go... I have the main theme blasting on my ears. It can go very similar to Goodbye Despair, where I'm gonna talk spoilers of the main series, okay? I always gonna say like talking spoilers of the main series, okay? In first class trial, the one who died was the ultimate imposter. This guy does Byakuya Togami. Someone that had to die, because if he was still alive towards the end of the game, a lot of things may have been different. A lot of answers may have been given right in the beginning. And a lot of things may have made sense a little bit too soon. It just spread confusion and stuff, so I guess... Like, if I was to choose someone to die on this first class trial, it would be either Yuri that offered himself to be killed by one of the girls so they can go home. Not because he's like, oh, I just want to be fair to people. No, it's because he has this twisted dream of being the ultimate white knight, and it kind of sucks, to be honest. I'm not a fan of Yuri. It can be either of the twins. They are in a little bit of a mental breakdown, especially the ultimate vocalist. The other one is supporting her, but I don't know. It can be either of them, I'm not picky. It could go the sides of the original game, killing either Yuki Maeda or Mikado. Seems to be the ones that have like the biggest influence on the game so far, on how the story can progress. Like Mikado being declared as, from moment one, as the mastermind. He said, like, he was... I'm trying to find out the correct words. It was pretty much said from the get-go, like a review from the get-go, Mikado is the mastermind. He's not on the side of Monochrome, this game's version of Monokuma. But he is the mastermind, he has a finger, he has a hand on this whole killing game, so yeah. Also he has magic that it can show kind of impossible to kill him, but it can happen. And Yuki Maeda because, well, Yuki Maeda is a character from the first game. And of course he has a lot of things piling up on him. You wouldn't be surprised to decide to just off him for the sake of the mystery. Or it can be anyone else. There is 16 people, it's a first class trial, anyone can die. Better make sure your favorite is receiving a lot of prayers. And may luck be on your side. I'm gonna open the game. Alright, I spoke everything that I had to speak. Let me turn this on. Minus 40 is usually... I'm looking on the audio levels here. Minus 40 is usually the volume that is on my intro song little thing. My elevator music playset. So maybe... I don't know, maybe it's okay. I can hear myself on my intro song. I should be able to be heard on the game volume. If things start getting a little bit too choppy, it's because for me to play this game, like full screen doesn't work on the dubbed version. Full screen doesn't work. Like if I go full screen, it just stretches things out and things get uglified. So I am playing on a window mode, but I found a way to play windowed with the screen being captured in a reasonable size by OBS. It just has these very ugly black sidebars to the side that I can put myself in there and not be in front of anyone. In exchange, I can't play on the RPG Maker game window. I actually have it active, but I am looking straight up the OBS right now. I can see myself bouncing on the side. Usually it is on my side screen. Right now it's in front of me. So if in any situation the game just like stops, as it did just now, it's because I actually clicked something else on my screen. Okay, this music is driving me insane. Let me... God damn it. Let me continue with the game. It starts from here. For what? So I had some thoughts on this whole system that I have here for the free time. The system is very similar to the system you usually see. I commented this on the last stream. The system you usually see on the extra content. Like when you finish the game and you just want to continue playing Danganronpa. And you have the whole like, oh, let's go around and socialize with the people that you couldn't for extra reasons. And then you have some extra objective to do to fill up time. Like, let's make some paper airplanes or something. Yeah, the system is very similar to that. Which, it is okay when you're doing that kind of gameplay. But when you're doing on this, where you actually have a limited amount of time to do stuff, because it's a Danganronpa game. And you have like a stamina system. I don't know, I don't like it. I just don't like it. It gets, not that it's complicated, it just gets a little bit too much. I don't know if I should farm for money, I don't know if I should socialize with people. I guess for the sake of the live stream, I'm gonna try to socialize as much as I can instead of farming for money. I'm just saying that the stamina system is gonna get in the way at some point, and I'm gonna be forced to skip content because the game won't allow me to continue like normal. Mikado was over there. Satsuka is over here. I can talk to anyone. I don't have a target. I didn't go to the store yet. Where is the store? Game room. The twins are not over here today. Okay, no one is here. $500 CP. I can draw once, really? Wow. So stingy. Wow, thanks. Exactly what I wanted. Couldn't have wanted anything else. No? 15 minutes into the live stream, we have a porno magazine right in my face. Thank you, thank you. I could have wanted a lot of things, but no. I deal myself with porn. Hey Mikado, want porn? I can give you porn. He seems to be the kind of guy that never knew about like magazines and stuff. Why is his voice again? Ah, Miss Sora. What is it? Is that a matter you'd like to discuss? Attempt to get information from Mikado. No, just casual talk. Ah, I'm talking about the first time with a friend. What a hot bonding experience. Ask Mikado about this and that. Your intimacy with Mikado's energy has increased. Would like to give Mikado a gift? Not yet. The first free time usually is free, as long as I have the right choice to do the questioning. Mikado. Oh, Miss Sora, you're the first ever to purposefully seek me out to talk to me. I'm positively thrilled. Does this mean I'm finally going to befriend one of my beloved classmates? Please do not hesitate to ask me whatever you like. I will help you with anything. Anything, then which one of these is going to take as a joke? I think running around the island naked. Surprisingly, I think this one is the one he's going to get offended by. Please die may be the one that he gets as a joke. And go kill yourself ASAP is the 0-1. Yeah. Go around the island naked. Don't you think that's a little harsh? Ah, why'd I have to be smart? Then you can explain to me why you're doing all this. Doing what? Give me a break. You're the mastermind who planned this whole field trip of mutual killing. Oh, well, I suppose you're not wrong. I see, so that's why you spoke to me, and not because we're friends. It's not likely you're going to tell me anything anyways. I'd already given up hope on getting a legitimate information from you. Everyone sees things through their own lenses. I have my own reasons for going through with something such as this. Let's be crappy ones. It's a relief that you're here with us, Miss Sora. What's that supposed to mean? No, it's nothing. That aside, would you care to humor me? I was hoping we could chat for a bit. Tell me, Miss Sora, have you ever wondered about the reasons why we humans live? Not interested. Well, I, for one, am very interested in humans. Why are we trying to stay alive? To pursue happiness, to preserve our family lines, to make our dreams come true. It is a question that nobody can answer for sure. We all have different motivations to our lives. That's the funny thing about us humans. All other animals live solely for the reasons of instinct. And yet, with humans, you can even ask questions like, can different people live for the same purpose in life? I like to go in no. Even twins who are essentially the same even down the genetic level, and individuals who think differently for each other. Even with cells and appearance of 100% identically, two separate human brains cannot be one and the same. What are you trying to say? Nothing. I'm just striking up a bit of friendly chatter between classmates. If you don't have anything to say as the mastermind, then I don't have any business with you. Allow me but a moment, please. We were just getting to the fun part. Do you think it's possible for the brain to completely be wiped and reset? Then go to the restoring these memories as if nothing had ever changed? I would have to go in no for this question as well. I believe that a person's character relies much more on surroundings than memories to develop. So in conclusion, the human brain is more affected by the surroundings as opposed to these memories. I'm not interested. Now, I'll be leaving before my day is ruined for having to listen to your nonsense alone. I'm not finished with my story.
Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. Not as long as you play your role in this field trip of mutual killing of ours.
What do you mean by... And he's gone. I wonder what compelled him to talk to me about all that. Whatever his motives may be, he's our enemy. They can never be friends. I can always give him porn though. I should have... No, I had the opportunity. I should have given that. He would have liked it. 5 skill points. Ah, I see. It's one of those. He's one of those? What kind of person is he? I think he's the same thing as Nagito from the second game, where if you don't talk with Nagito before the first skill happens, he gets locked for the whole game. So you either have to finish the game or start again. And I got his panties. After vowing to never talk with Mikado again, return to my room. No. I think I am too tired to do anything. Let me check. I am exhausted. Can you stop it? Would like to socialize. Using immediately costs you 1 endurance. You may return to your room at any time, but the free time will end if you do so. Do not have enough endurance for this activity. God damn it. This was what I was talking about. Would you like to rest? You can choose a different option by going outside of your room. It's a fluffy bed. I probably fall asleep pretty quickly if I lay down. You want to pass time by sleeping until nighttime. I have no choice. Restore 1 endurance. What? Give me all of it. Make me waste a chat notification. Make me waste precious time. Sora, do you have a minute? I have plenty. I wasted 6 hours of my day. Wonder what's up with him. Sure. That was fast. Go over to the guest house. I'll meet you there. You guys need to head to the guest house first. A lot of people here. Why is he here? Guys, I brought Sora.
Hey.
Hey, Rara. Hello. We're all gathered together. What's going on? Well, how should I put this? Satsuka is planning to throw a party tonight. A party?
Yeah, well...
Everybody's so down because of that crappy Hibiki and Yuri this morning. She figured it might help, you know. So to change that kind of atmosphere, that a surprise party might work.
Thing is...
It's sorta last minute, but I realized something. I was so obsessed with trying to escape that I totally I have some minty candy, hold on. Sometimes my tongue gets a little bit too dry. I don't know, I guess I never did vocal exercises. Maybe I should start doing that. I have some minty candy the main way. I was so obsessed with trying to escape that I totally missed a crucial thing that I think we need to survive.
To be honest...
Like, forming a bond of friendship? I know that sounds sorta lame. But Mikado saying it earlier really got me thinking, and I feel that what we're lacking. This is definitely not a simple situation, so I think we should try to develop some sort of rapports before we start doing any investigations.
Maybe...
I was a bit skeptical at first, but I think this is for the best. It's not like we have much luck investigating with everyone like this anyway. I see. Improving the mood. Then I'm in. What should I do? Well, we've been at it since before noon, so we pretty much figured out the basics. Do you mind helping with the setup? Sure, tell me what you need to do. But why isn't everybody else here? If the party's for everyone, shouldn't we all prepare for it together?
Yes.
That's because it's a surprise party. We decided to just get a small group together to surprise the others. I chose people that seemed like they could keep a secret and work hard. Congrats for making the cut. Is that a compliment? That aside,
Quite exciting.
I will be planning the whole of the special guest chef. What is he doing here?
To be honest...
Believe me, I'm not thrilled about it either, but we couldn't have a party with food on a mart. He's the only one who seems to know how to cook fancy food, so I swallowed my pride and asked him for help. And Mikado was fine with it, even though he's the mastermind. You have not forgotten an arrangement, have you, Miss Chiabukuro? In exchange for my amazing services, you will allow me to join you all for breakfast from now on. He was bribing to help him out. What a pushover.
Huh?
Nothing, keep doing your work.
Enough already.
Stop cooking already. You've just been standing around doing nothing. What do you think we want you here for?
Please stop that.
I humbly beg your patience. I must forgot the key. The key. Is it actually key? Qui? The qui. My masterful dishes of products of my Eriski, of magical powers. I prepared it in my room as I suitably prepared.
What are you saying?
Wait, your room? So why the hell did you come here?
What?
And didn't you tell us we were going to see your magic?
Now then...
Anyway, do you mind carrying the plates, Rara? We gotta hurry since we have to be ready for tonight. I'm gonna buy the candy. Got candy in my teeth now. Goddamn. After about an hour, we managed to finish the preparations. Phil, I think we finished on time. Great job, everyone.
Hey.
Yo, you know Mirkado, are you gonna invite Shiobari and Yuri to the party?
To be honest...
Shiobari? I'm still unsure. Who knows what those guys could do?
Yeah, well...
Excuse me. Well, we should probably let Yuri come. He may have sounded like a lunatic, but I don't think he's a bad guy deep down. His old messed up logic that he can stand girls being upset. If they're all having fun, then maybe. Hajime, that's kind of surprising. I didn't think anybody would vouch for him considering how much he hates men. I think he's a freak too. But his body's actually pretty solid despite what it looks like. You have to care quite a bit about his health to get a body like that.
Either way.
Anybody who cares about their health can be totally messed up. You can still be a pretty ripped sociopath. You don't like the state of your body health doesn't like your mind doesn't care what your body do. If anything, it helps.
I got this.
Alright, I'll go talk to him. They've been together for the last few days, and I really don't think he's a bad guy either. He's just a bit eccentric.
Now then.
Well then, what should I do next?
Oh dear.
Oh gosh, the others might get suspicious if we hang around here too long. Let's all go separate ways for now. I'll call everyone else around dinner time, so can I wait until then? Preparations for the big party ended without any trouble, and all 5 of us, plus a certain wizard, decided to leave for now. Hope everyone can enjoy the party that Satsuka is intending. I still have some time before when Satsuka said to meet up. Maybe I should go for a walk. I have 1 endurance. That's the only thing I can do. Go for a walk. Because I spent all my money on porn! Hello. There's been no progress in investigation. Is that really nothing for us to find? There's been some time with Yoriko. Yes. Huh? Take a break together. I'm fine with that, but we still have to investigate, so let's only talk for a little bit. I spent some time chatting with Yoriko. I'd like to give Yoriko a gift. I don't think she would like porn. If anything, she's the only one who's gonna look at it and say like, yeah, I hate you. Sorry, is everything alright? What do you mean? If there's anything worrying you and you don't know what to do, you can talk to me. I know it's not really my place to tell what to do, but if you ever want to talk, I'd be more than happy to listen. Well, if you'd rather not, it's fine. I don't want to force you. I guess it's about me. Huh? I mean, being amnesiac and all. To be honest, I don't even know my name. Sora is just what I've been calling myself. I don't even know something as basic as who I am. I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me. Sora. I'd say it's best that you don't dwell on that too much at the moment. Since you don't have any leads on how you lost your memory, now how to recover them. We should focus on more pressing things, like this whole field trip of mutual killing. You can work on recovering those lost memories of yours, so as we all safely get off this island. I'm sorry, that's probably not what you want to hear right now. But I promise I'll help you find them once we're back home safely. Yoriko. Sorry, was that too much? I probably spoke without thinking. That's a death flag. Thank you. Huh? It's just like you said, surviving this island should be our main priority. Your words helped a lot. Really? That's a relief. Yoriko seems happy. It's nothing really. Ever since becoming a hostess, I've met lots of different people and heard a good variety of stories. I suppose I've picked up a habit of naturally listening to others. I figured I may as well try and put a good use while we're here. I see. Could I talk with you next time if there's something bothering me? Huh? Well, of course, you're always more than welcome to. Thanks, Yoriko. She likes me. She likes Sora, she doesn't like me. After talking with Yoriko, I returned to my room. It's right there. I still have a sock on my floor! It's almost time for the party. Sasuke is probably gathering the others by now. I should just go on ahead to the guest house. Let me see something real quick. I got curious. Nope. NVIDIA noise removal. What is NVIDIA noise removal? First time seeing that. I'm gonna look for that after the stream. At the party, I can't teleport. Well, it gives me time to see if everyone's around, but I can't really teleport right now. Nope, nope, where are you going? But I don't think that is. It's fair to do a quick check. But I don't think there is anyone. And I just pressed the wrong button. Ah, let me save. Okay, I saved. Oh, it's not this way. It is this way. I don't think they have a night time. Kind of. Floating houses. Guest house. When I arrived at the designated time, everyone else was gathered in the guest house. Oh, there's pizza.
Oh.
There's one sausage. Is that an alligator? I think this is an alligator. Looks like an alligator. Alright, it's here. Does that mean we're all here?
But
Yeah, that's great and all, but what a lovely party, my dear friends. The thrills, the camaraderie.
You will be punished.
Please be aware, Mr. Hashimoto, that there will be strict discipline should you choose to violate school rules and not participate in these events.
This is stupid.
Damn it, what kind of bullshit is this? Why are Mikado, Shobai, and even Monochrome here?
Huh?
Pardon? Were your exact words not that this party was for everyone? Therefore, ask Monochrome. What could be more entertaining than cutting a hug with your beloved teacher?
Are you serious?
So this is your fault, you bastard.
Ugh.
I couldn't care less about any of this. My dear ladies, are you still unwilling to let me sacrifice my life for yours?
Hey now.
And there's nothing we can do about Shobai and Monochrome here. The point of this party was that we could come together and have some fun. Why would I have a party? It would be so easy for someone to kill one of us without this noise.
Calm down.
Enough, Piki. You're the reason I decided to throw this party in the first place, honestly. This whole time we've been obsessed with looking for a way off of this island, so we haven't had any time for a break. It's no wonder we're all getting stressed out and impatient like Piki. You're exhausting yourselves.
How's that?
So, let's party. We should forget about investigating for tonight and just eat, drink, and be merry. I put my precious pride on the line to ask Mikado to cook for us, you know? I really hope we can bond.
alright.
That is great. I was really hoping that something like this will happen. There won't be any murders, we all come to become better friends. You should have asked me to help. I love planning parties. It's just, you seem like the type who spill secrets easily. Says who? I'm great at keeping secrets. Ah, gotcha. In a situation like this, you gotta make sure to socialize with each other. Or, he said that. The nice party so hard I would never be able to leave this damn island. Too far, big bro.
Honestly,
You're grown, Setsuka. I feel there is no more hesitation in your heart.
I'm...
But I, for one, despise those parties. May I be excused?
Not so fast.
Absolutely not, Miss Mitsuni. As a teacher, I want nothing more than to promote unity among my students. Participation is mandatory for all students. Your enthusiasm for this event has garnered my support.
Hey.
Shut up. You're not a teacher, damn it.
Alright.
Would it be an issue if you at least tried? It might be safer together than if we were apart. Let's just try to enjoy things as much as we can for now. You can make groups of 4. So if someone dies, like the other 3 can find the body of the person who died. And you just go like, oh, someone on this group of 3 may be killed unless it was a pre-set trap, and then it just gets complicated. You know what, never mind. There were a few disgruntled faces among us, but it was far too late to cancel the party now. As such, the party began.
Each bite is more delicious than the last. I guess it's not much different from our regular meals. But this party food is somehow even more amazing.
Kokoro, please, just have a little bite. Say
Stop taking pleasure in treating me like a child. Hey, Hibiki, why you always gotta rag on me for the stupidest shit, huh? Why do you gotta act like such a bitch?
Shit drunk.
Excuse me? Kanade! How dare you talk like that to your older Older sister? We're only 10 seconds apart, you moron! You want your ass kicked? Kanade's acting totally weird. Has she completely lost it?
Huh? Wait, is this actually alcohol? Gee, who the heck snuck this in? Man, what a scoop! Debauchery and detention. Hope's Peak students caught drinking.
What? Alcohol? How'd they know I love a good drink? Yo, anybody want to knock a few back with me?
Okay, Shinji is the only adult here. He's the only one allowed to drink, I think. So I don't mind him saying this stupid stuff, but everyone else is supposed to be a child. Oh, not a child, just not at age. Maybe the other girls.
Well, wait! There wasn't any alcohol when we were setting up. Plus, we're minors, you know?
You were out of school for a while, weren't you, Shin? So, you're drinking age? Hell, I don't have much longer till I'm an adult too, so I'll join ya. Cheers!
It'll be my honor. Cheers!
You're already drunk? Pathetic. You claim to love alcohol, but you are just weak.
Why is this children drinking?
Move. I am the only one worthy to drink with Setsuka.
I mean, I started drinking at a wrong age. I'm not gonna say that I'm innocent on this, but it's Monocro so lenient. What is it doing?
Sorry to butt in, but we're out of meat.
Hold on, I'll get some more. How the heck are you guys eating so fast?
Guys, we're high schoolers! Hajime, say something to them! Isn't alcohol bad for your health?
What? I can't believe you guys are drinking.
God damn it, dude. Why are you guys drinking? This party is supposed to be without drinking. I'm banning all alcohol. I'm gonna sit on a chair in front of a cabinet. I'm gonna shave out my head. I'm gonna put on a wife beater. I'm gonna ban all drink. I'm gonna damn, dude.
And you didn't invite me?
Ah, god damn it, dude.
What? What happened to taking care of your body?
I'm yelling.
A bit of liquor is actually good for the body, you know. Look, it's just a bad habit I picked up back when I ran with a bad crowd a while back.
Hey, I don't know where this alcohol came from, but no drinking until you're legally allowed to, got it?
Not very convincing coming from a person who faked her age to work in a bar.
Monocro, do something! You said you're our teacher! Are you just gonna sit there and let your students get drunk?
I don't see the harm. Is this not a field trip? Deviancy is par for the course.
My apologies, but my fellow classmates seem to be having a wonderful time. When may I leave my post to join the festivities?
Mikado, I need 3 fried chickens, 2 pork cutlets, and 2 smoked meats. And grab 2 drinks on your way over here.
Of course, at your service.
And there he goes.
Why do some of these guys look like they were hired to work this party part-time?
Hey, Riri. Don't put your life on the line when life is this good.
I shall live forever, as long as I am with my beloved Setsuka.
I'm losing my damn hair due to stress thanks to you. What's your problem, huh? Sit the hell down, bitch. Oh, jeez. Seriously? Who the heck brought alcohol here?
I'm not even sure where to begin here. I give up.
Ah, thank God. The scene was going for a little bit too long. Now the party's over.
That's...
Setsuka, are you sure you'll be alright by yourself? Yeah, you know. There's 6 still left. I'll follow you up a bit of round 2. You're already drunk.
Don't worry about it.
Go ahead. I'll make sure these boozers get to bed safely. Don't worry about me. I deal with hundreds of drunk people at work.
Well,
Sioba and Kokoro just vanished halfway through though. I accidentally took a sip of one of their drinks and I really have no idea how they can like something so yucky. Those adults. Hiroha, you look tired. Are you going to be okay holding Kanade?
Of course.
I'm okay. I'm just that I'm full from eating too much. I'm a little frustrated with those big fluffy things pressing up against me, but I'm okay.
Suka.
I'm feeling better now, thank you. Forgetting my voices. Vicky? You're such a cute little thing. Come here. Let me give you a kiss. You reek of booze. Go away.
Seriously?
Are you like her drunk uncle or something? Yoriko, we'll go back to the monocruise first. Just to remind you, you need to return to the ship before 10 o'clock. The monocruise gate will be locked after that. Leave it to me. I'll drag him back to the rooms if I have to. The 6 students who decided to stay and party more, Satsuka, Yoriko, Hajime, Yuri, Shinji, and Emma, remained behind. Everyone else returned to the monocruise earlier. Let me keep notes. I don't have a pencil. I'll use a notepad. Because I'm gonna keep notes because I've been failing on these class trials a lot on the last few games. Why did it open on this screen? Stayed behind the party. Satsuka, Yoriko, Hajime, Yuri, Shinji, and Emma. I remember... Okay, I know who everyone is. I'm fine. It was a bit of a mess, but I enjoyed it all the same. More than anything, it was a relief to see some life in everyone after the events of this morning. Did I recover my stamina? I accidentally tried some alcohol before I knew what it was. I wonder if that's why I feel so tired. I should go to sleep. Hibiki seemed to be in better spirits, saying you like he was having a good time. As if the events of the morning had never happened. I'm glad that things are looking up, but... alcohol? Maybe it isn't that bad. It's... you have to know how to drink. It isn't bad, you just gotta learn how to take it. Unlike the stressful last few days, I was able to fall asleep without trouble. Maybe because of the alcohol. Then suddenly, like a splash of icy water, I remember the situation we're all in. The only way to leave this island is to kill another person. And Hibiki's desperate words from this morning kept echoing in my mind. But it will be fine. It's been 5 days and nothing happens. Despite my fears, neither Shobai or Mikado have shown any signs of violence again. Is it the alcohol making me so nervous? My mind is a blur. But my dread will fade away soon, I can get some sleep. You restore 1 endurance. Only 1. Because you don't deserve 5, you little pig.
It is now 7 a.m. Rise and shine. I hope you have a comfortable and enriching day today as well.
Ow, my head. What have a splitting headache? So this is what I call a hangover. I should ask Mikado to make me something for breakfast that's good for hangovers. I also want to know if the people who stay late at the guest house got home safely, so let's go to the dining hall. There is one drink that I made once, called Hair of the Dog. It goes whiskey, it goes salt, it goes an egg yolk, and then you stir it up and drink in a single gulp. And believe me, after taking one of those, you're never gonna want to have a hangover again. That's... Yuki? It's time to go to the dining hall for breakfast, so why is he going in such a hurry? Something strange. I shall follow him. I forgot to save. It happens. He always misses a party. Yuki! Sora, what are you doing here? That's my line. You know it's breakfast time, so where are you rushing off to?
My bad.
I don't have time to explain. Yuri sent me a message to my e-handbook. Plus, he said that he's in the bell tower and asked me to come save him. What? Save him? What does that mean? I have no idea either, so that's why it was such a hush. It felt like an urgent message. Getting a bad feeling about this. I'll go with you.
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Yuri asking for help, but for what? More than anything, I sense an immensely sinister feeling emanating from the bell tower. Someone's got a gun. Yuki, do you see anything? Wait, doesn't it smell weird? Like blood? The voice? Is it Sora?
Здравствуйте, Sora, baby, the love of my life.
What happened to you? They cut off your tendons so you couldn't run, and then they strung up on something. What is that blade? Is that a blade? Is that something makeshift or a ninja tool?
Yuri? What happened?
Yuri's words were nonchalant, but he was collapsed on the floor bleeding. A giant hook was stuck in his left calf, and a long rope connecting to it extended high into the interior of the bell tower. His other leg was also seriously wounded, and his blood spilled out onto the floor.
I feel truly blessed to be able to spend the last moments of my life with my dearest Sora. It would have been perfect if it wasn't for that male, but I'll tolerate it for you, my love.
Are you okay? What happened? Who did this?
Hold on. I'll get that hook out.
No, don't touch it. Someone finally went after my life.
You wanna die?
What?
You do know that if you die while you have a witness, it goes for nothing. You're just gonna kill the person that wanted to save you. That you wanted to save.
I wonder who it was. Adorable Hibiki. No, maybe my sweet Kanade. Or perhaps Yorko, who was talking about feeling strange.
Yorko? Who's Yorko? Oh.
Well, it doesn't matter. Not just anyone can have the honor of being killed by a cute classmate.
I know who it is.
This isn't the time for jokes! Stay still!
I am truly content, being born a man and achieving my dream. Forgive me if I cause you any inconvenience, my dear Sora. But please, take care of yourself. Do svidaniya.
До свидания. They were the last words he would ever speak. For as soon as he finished, his body began to be dragged up into the bell tower. Yuri's body began to rapidly ascend through the air and up the spiral staircase until he disappeared from our sights, as if someone was pulling him from above. Yuri!
What?
What now? Why is the bell ringing? Guess why, Yuki. The bell is ringing. Yuki, don't just stand there. Follow him. Yeah, right. Yuki and I ran toward the hallway that Yuri was dragged into. Just as we were about to run up the spiral staircase towards where Yuri's body had vanished, it fell. From the sky, a great despair plummeted to the ground. Hey! Whoa. That's harsh. The eccentric liveliness that usually shone from him had completely faded. A great despair had fallen upon us, as had the body of the ultimate spaceman Yuri Kagarin, now a lifeless corpse. I lost to Russian. It's the easiest voice to make. The wolf smiles quietly in the herds. Ah. The splatter scarlet liquids. The pungent smell of blood violating the atmosphere. It didn't take long for me to realize that what I was seeing was all too real. Ah. Yuki! I know how you feel, but there is no time for that. Above here, whoever pulled up Yuri must be at the top of the tower.
What?
What? The culprit is up there. The staircase is the only way to the top. The culprit doesn't have anywhere to run. You have to go up quickly. Hold on. Wait for me, I can't feel my legs. Trying to push the crippling anxiety out of your minds, Yuki and I quickly began to climb the stairs. I thought the tower was even taller than I thought. We eventually made it to the top. What we saw there was... Yoriko? Yoriko, why are you... Why? My head. What happened to me?
Huh?
Yuki and Sora, did you guys... What is going on? Why are you here?
What?
Did you... Yoriko, did you...
What are you saying?
What are you guys talking about? Why do you look so pale? Look at the bottom of the tower, below the railing.
Huh?
What? Is that something... What's that?
What?
Blood? Yuri? That's Yuri, isn't it? That is Yuri. What is going on here?
A body has been discovered. Everyone please gather at the discovery site, Uehara Bell Tower.
I don't...
I'm so confused. That body discovery announcement. It's you. Yoriko, you're the one who killed him.
What are you saying?
What are you talking about? I don't even know what's going on. One of you need to calm down. Monocro is making everyone gather here, so let's head back for now.
What the?
How could this? Yuri. That's Yuri? Is it dead? You're kidding, right? He was just having fun with us last night.
It's fine.
Sis, don't worry. There's nothing to be
Terrible.
So dear Miss Kagarin has bitten the dust. What a shame. He was the only one who asked questions. After someone had kicked the bucket, I was going to tease him by saying, see, I'm at a counter car without any motives. But alas, it was he who shuffled his mortal coil. I see as if an opportunity has been wasted. You dumb little. How can you say stuff like that so easily? I guess become a bloody rag. Head, body and all. Even his bones will turn into dust.
My god.
This is too horrible.
Damn it!
Who is this? Who was the fiend that did this? You know damn well who it is. Of course it's at a show by our Mikado.
Please stop that.
Why is it always me?
Now.
If everyone is here, please be quiet. I this is the first murder, there are things I need to clear up.
You're kidding.
The first? You're making it sound like we're gonna be more. That is right. And mother, are you saying that Yuri was killed by someone? That can't be. We're the only ones on this island, and that means the mother who would be one of us.
Not so fast.
No, it's just as you say it. Just as you said. Mr. Kagarin was killed by one of you. Someone among the 14 of us that killed Yuri. I had doubted when Monocro had first told us about the field trip of mutual killing, but as I heard Monocro's words right now, the reality of the field trip of mutual killing was ingrained into my mind. A murder really did occur. A murder has taken place. Do not look away from the truth and dread dream like Miss Nijue is doing right now. While we all fear the sorrow of losing Mr. Kagarin, it is time for the main events to finally begin. You're going to be quite busy for now.
Huh?
Busy? What do you mean?
That's expected.
It means we're getting ready for the class trial.
You're amazing.
Correct. You're a smart one, Mr. Mitsumi. It is time for the highlights of the field trip of mutual killing, the class trial. I've been eager to get to this party ever since I started preparing for this killing game.
You think you're hot stuff?
Shut up, Mikado, you little.
That is exactly right.
Miss Mitsumi has stated, it will be the responsibility of all of you to discover the Black Huns. Commander Miss Kagarin, Where's my coffee? It's been a long day. Class trial. The game has already begun. The battle of life and death between the Black Huns and the Spotless. Will the killer escape, or will we all live to see another day? Which side shall be the one to fall? You'll be given more than enough time to investigate. Try to discover enough evidence about the murders so that you stand a chance of defeating the Black Huns. I can't do that. No way. Someone is already dead. What the heck would we possibly do?
But...
No, sis, we gotta do it. How would you prefer all of us to be killed?
Huh?
To be honest,
Is that kinda says we gotta do this. Setsuka,
listen.
there is no escaping with this reality. You know the rules of the class trial, right? If you don't find the culprits, we'll all be executed. I've had a bad feeling about this all along. It's why I threw the party and did everything I could stop this. Sorry that it ended up like this. It's not my fault. What are you talking about? That is not true. You didn't do anything wrong, Setsuka.
Yikes.
So everyone dies if we don't find the culprits. How tacky.
I see.
One of our classmates. So basically, everyone's a suspect.
Shit.
Suspecting my friends. And we only met each other a few days ago. We've been so good together.
Oh dear.
If it weren't for this, we would have been living fun in the same class, wouldn't we?
Yes,
It is scary and painful, but we gotta do this.
but
Yes, in order to survive.
Very well.
Excellent. It appears you finally found your resolve.
Behold,
In honor,
monochrome fire.
in honor of all your courageous hearts, I bestow upon you the monochrome file as a present. Monochrome file? What is that?
Let me explain.
Although there are many of you, you are still just high school students. The art of investigating a murder is quite different from your day-to-day lives. As a sign of goodwill, I'm generously giving you this file, which contains vital information about training the case.
Until we meet again.
I sincerely hope this will aid you in some way. Now then, I, the conductor of this cacophony, bid you farewell. Good luck. Why do you use this time to be thoughtful?
thing is,
Now, based on Monocro's description of the file, the information will help us. Can I ask something? Yes, what is it, Kana?
Say,
What should we do about securing the crime scene?
Huh?
Securing the crime scene?
regardless.
Even in the outside world where a crime occurs, the police takes control of the crime scene, right? It'll be troublesome if the culprit decides to get rid of some of the evidence.
Oh?
You are right. And because we're just normal students, we won't even be able to tell what happens. We can just forget finding the culprit if that happens.
On it.
Leave it to me. I got the strength, you can see. I promise I'll be able to keep this place guarded from anyone. Alright, then we leave the crime scene to Hajime while the rest of us investigate. Wait a minute, we need one more person. Why?
Use your head.
What are we gonna do if Hajime turns out to be the culprit? It'll be like asking a cat to take care of a fish. What? You took on the culprit. She has a point. Until the class trial, we're all potential suspects.
That's why.
I see. So we need at least 2 people so they can keep watch over each other. Keeping watch. I know there is a dire situation, but that sounds like we can even trust each other. As a man, I don't want to suspect my friends, but
Then
I'll do it. I'll help secure the crime scene.
Hey, bro.
Big bro, I'm not good enough in my head to help with the investigation anyways. But just like Hachime, I have strengths.
Okay.
No, I guess that'll do. I know I can trust Shinji. Wait, one more person.
Huh?
Wait, do we really need 3 people securing the crime scene?
But...
Hajime and Shinji are close, right? We can't deny the possibility of there being an accomplice. Kanade, are you suspecting us?
It's obvious.
Suspecting you? Of course I am. You can't trust anyone in a situation like this. But I hate to admit it's not even Hibiki can be trusted. Well, it can be helped. I help secure this crime scene as well. There, no more problems? Perfect.
Huh?
By the way, Kanade, you're like a completely different person. What happened to you?
Certainly.
Nothing happened. It's just that I need to stay strong now that Hibiki is mentally unstable.
But
On top of that, when did you start calling your sister by her name? Why'd I having to listen to stuff like that from the likes of you, huh? Stop asking me pointless questions without investigating, you little piece of trash. Eek. Kinda... Did they swap personalities or something? Kinda don't be mad. I'm sorry, I'm just scared. There's blood and a dead body. Help me.
don't worry.
Don't worry, Hibiki, that's nothing to be scared of. Just follow me and I'll solve everything.
Are you for real?
What's up with these twins? They're starting to freak me out.
Let's go.
Wait, why are you all still just standing here? Shobai and Mikado have already started investigating. You guys should start soon as well. We don't know how much time we have been given.
Oh dear.
Alright, you all the stuff about securing the crime scene is settled, the rest of us should start investigating.
Oh, right.
But before that, everyone. What is it, Kokoro?
So then...
Not too much, but what do you all think about this murder?
What?
What do you mean by that? A person, one of our classmates has been killed. This is dreadful. But we gotta investigate truly if you want to solve this through a class trial.
But...
Why do you ask that?
Don't worry about it.
It's not important anymore. Let's just start investigating.
But...
What's up with her? They just looked at our faces and left.
Hey now.
Now everyone, there is no time to lose, so let's start investigating. Calming our confused minds, everyone started to move around. Not averting our eyes from the death of our friend, Yuri, we received a face to face it head on. We decided to face it head on. A murder has taken place, and the gap between life and death is no paper thin. Although it's painful and sad, we have to do it to survive. We gotta find the culprits who killed Yuri. We gotta do it. I guess I should do what the others are doing and start my investigation. I'm not sure where I should start, but I guess I should read the monochrome file that was handed out first. Jesus Christ. The victim is Yuri Kagarin. The estimated time of death is 7:30 AM. The victim's corpse was found on the first floor of the Uehara bell tower. The victim's left calf is pierced by a hook, and he has a sharp cuts all over his body. He also has a pierced wound in his right calf. Other than that, the victim's bones in his neck, spine, right knee, and left arm are broken. The estimated cause of death is blood loss and trauma from the bruises all over his body. Reading the monochrome file gave me chills all over again. Yuri is actually dead. Even though he was a bit forward towards girls. Discriminated against men and talked about stuff that confused everyone. Did he really deserve such an end? I wish Mikado had ended up like this instead. Oh, so it's fine with Yuri, but Mikado should die. What the hell? What is the standards? I can't stay like this forever. Putting through the information given in monochrome file. It said that the cause of death was bruises all over the body. He must have fallen to his death. No, the cause of death was blood loss. Not bruises. Yuri did die in front of Yuki and I, so it would be safe to assume that Yuri indeed died from falling. Though it's confusing. Why are there so many of those cuts on his body? Did the culprit stab him with a knife after hooking him up or something? But if I remember correctly, after he was hooked up, only a few seconds has passed before Yuri fell. I should investigate those cuts further. Moreover, I get that the culprit pulled him up with a rope and a hook. But what's up with his wound on his right calf? Was that also made by the hook? And the time of death? Well, I guess there is no doubt about it since it happened right in front of me. I should ask everyone about their alibis at the time. There's really not much info in the file, but that is why it had was certainly useful. My investigation should go well if I use this as a basis for information. Investigation segment has started. In these segments, you collect truth bullets that are needed in the class trial. The truth bullets are clues to solving the case. Investigate the crime scene in suspicious places to collect every bullet. You check the number of truth bullets you need to collect and the info about them in the truth bullet section. Additionally, a special red mark appears on objects that you can get truth bullets from. Where should I start? Green stuff. It's busy in my face for a while. There's some sort of liquid on the ground. What is this? I wonder. Didn't have the guts to taste it, so I just crushed down and smelled the liquids. Smell like some sort of chemical substance.
Say.
Sora, why are you doing crouching on the ground? Some liquid in here.
Indeed.
Ah, that's an anesthetic solution. Anesthetic solution.
It's obvious.
This one in particular is one quite often used in medical surgeries. It's used for general anesthesia. Why do you know this? How do you know all that?
Certainly.
I smell it quite a lot. Did you spend a lot of time in a hospital or something? Moreover, the fact that it is here, the culprit used it, right? But the liquid alone wouldn't be enough to render someone unconscious.
Don't worry.
Don't worry about that. I already went to confirm that one of the needle shots is missing from the infirmary. I went to go check as soon as I found out that an anesthetic was involved. The culprit must have used the shot to inject Yuri with the anesthetic. That's pretty impressive, Kanede.
Also,
Did you also know that the shots can be precisely measured to know how much you want to inject? In other words, even an amateur can control the amount of time that the victim will be unconscious for. I don't know if the culprit utilized that, but it's definitely an important clue. I'll see. I'll add it to my notes. I have to say, you completely changed, Kanade. Actions and your way of thinking. It's almost as if you're used to this kind of thing. I mean, after seeing Yuri die like that, I've already been able to keep myself together. Hardly. Used to it? Oh no, I just read a lot of mystery novels. And if I panic, poor little Hibiki will only suffer more. Even though Kanade's personality took a creepy 180-degree flip. That calm definitely brings up one step closer to finding the culprits. At the same time that it is suspicious, it is too suspicious. Oh. I don't know, maybe she's just a sociopath. It happens. What is this? Some long thread-like stuff is scattered all over the floor. Upon touching it, it feels much sharper than a normal thread. And these wires. They're so sharp you could probably cut your finger just by holding them. Instinctively knew that this must be what caused all the cuts on Yuri's body. If he was cut by these wires, he would be definitely explain the state on his body right now. The cause of death was definitely from falling, so this isn't a murder weapon, but it still seems like it's important. I'll add it to my notes. It's like I'm talking to amateurs, for sure. It's Yuri Kaganin's corpse. How did he, no matter how creepy he was, ended up like this? Yuri, I'll find the culprit, I promise. Guess I need to inspect the body if I'm going to find the culprits. Jesus Christ, can I cover that? Should I cover that? I don't know how YouTube will react to this. Where is the mouse? There it is. At least, I'm sorry. Sorry, Yuri, but this actually threw me off a bit. There we go. Maybe YouTube will forgive me if I don't see his eyes. Yuri's dead body was in a dreadful state. His whole body was dripping in blood, and all of his joints were broken and twisted in obscure directions. Well, the description kinda throws me off a bit, but... Start that.
I guess it's because he fell from so high up.
There's a huge hook stuck inside his left calf. Oh, there's an eye. It's so awkward. Hold on. I can't speak myself. Looks so deeply rooted that it won't budge. when you touch it. And connected to that huge hook is a hope.
So the culprit pulled Yuri with this rope all the way to the top floor, then dropped him.
Even at a glance, this rope seems quite strong and sturdy. It would take a lot of force to cut this rope.
I get that the culprit pulled him up with the hook and the rope, but what's with the wound on his right calf?
At first glance, it looks like the same hook made his wounds. But was there a reason to hook both calves? I'm not sure what the culprit was thinking, but I'll write this down just in case. Okay, I can go back. There we go. Didn't find anything else that wasn't already on the monochrome file. I figured there might be some sort of big clue hidden on the body, but with the exception of the fact that a rope and hook were used, there was nothing like that. I guess I need to investigate some more. Check his hands. There may be a piece of paper on his closed hands that he didn't notice. Check his hands. There's always a piece of paper.
Hey,
Hey, you there.
that's right.
Yeah, you, the girl with the white hair. Me? That's strange. How about people calling someone over? That never crossed my mind. And white hair, isn't that a bit rude? Sort of makes me feel old. Whatever, just want to tell you something interesting. You might think that the hostess over there is suspicious, weren't you? You talk about Yorko.
That's right.
Come on, you can't fool me, your face says it all. Well, about that, there's something interesting I want to tell you. I happened to see her walking over to the bell tower just this morning. What?
How about this?
Not only that, she was also holding a rope in her hands. You know, like the one attached to the dead body right now. The culprit did that, but what would Yoroko bring? Oh well, I don't know anything about that. I'm just testifying what I saw. Yoroko went to the bell tower this morning with rope in her hands. That's like saying Yoroko is the culprit. There is no way I can know for sure until the class trial. I'll take note of what Shobai said, just in case. Shobai's account. Shinji, is everything alright with the crime scene? What's that? Yep, everything's perfectly under control. I guess with 3 people watching this place, the culprit can't touch a thing. By the way, Sora, it was just me, but about Yoroko. Please stop stuttering, speak normally. It's hard to get anything out of you. About Yoroko, I don't know. Isn't it a bit strange? He's saying she's suspicious.
The thing is,
She seems different than before. I've been jogging with Hajime every morning, but today he was late because of some business. So I was spending this time inside the monocruise.
then
And as soon as morning came and the doors unlocked, so Yoroko head outside right away. Yoroko went outside as soon as the doors opened. Of course, I had no idea where she went. But she was odd. And she looks even more suspicious now. Come to think of it, we found Yoroko at the top of the bell tower. If by chance she's not the culprit, then how did she get up there? I can't be sure if she's the culprit yet, but she's definitely connected to this case. Thanks, Shinji. I think your account is going to help us a lot. Sora, why are you grabbing my hand all of a sudden? In order to study in Shinji, I had his account in my notes. Stop freaking me out, it's not cool. Who else can I talk to? You. On the chat. Hibiki. A person is dead for real. What I fear the most actually happened. I'm scared. Okay, that was useless. This is part of staircase that is to the top of the bell tower. It really goes up high. Doesn't even look like it goes that high from outside. Yuka and I took the stairs up to the top floor, but the only thing we found there was Yoroko. I thought for sure the culprit will be there, or maybe Yoroko is the culprit. I can't jump to any conclusions yet. Whatever the culprit did, they definitely pulled up Yuri, so at one point they definitely went up the stairs. If I consider the height of the stairs, it would probably take at least 5 minutes to climb them. So when did the culprit actually go up the stairs? Who's Emma?
So,
Oh, the artist, right. I heard from Yuki that a culprit pulled Yuri from the top of the spell tower. I'd say it was pretty bold for the culprit. The spiral staircase is much taller than it looks. How could one possibly think of climbing up the staircase to the top? Going up. Where is Yoroko? Huh? This is... Upon inspecting the spiral staircase, here I realized something odd. What are those? Wires? I think there were wires like this on the first floor too. When I touched them, I could tell they were one and the same. They're connected to the walls along the spiral staircase. Looking closer, they weren't only strung to the bottom of the top. Wires were hung across the walls in intervals. They were all been snapped, so that means the wires from the bottom floor must have been hung up here from before. These were definitely set up by the culprits, but why would they go up their way to do this? I have no idea, but I still take note of this. It's an enormous belt that decorates the top of the bell tower. Something odd here. What are those? They look like traces of some sort. Looking from the bottom, looks like something was swept through the top of the inside of the walls of the bell. I wonder what made those traces. I recall that before Yuri fell, the bell rang. Could it be related to that? I've never looked inside the bell before, so it is possible that those traces have always been there. Even though I wasn't sure, I wrote it down in my notes. Now I need to find Yoroko. Oh, no, Setsuka. Setsuka, is the investigation going smoothly?
Oh?
Sora.
Thing is,
Well, about that, I just found something strange. Something strange.
listen.
Come follow me for a second. This is the entrance to the bell tower.
Now then.
Do you see that thing in the bushes? That thing? Not this? A life jacket? Ah, it's the hook.
How's that?
I'm pretty sure no one used this to take a swim. Don't you think that is something the culprits might have left behind? It's very close to the crime scene after all. Why would they need to use this life jacket?
Aside from that,
Look carefully, Sora. There's a hook grappled to the life jacket. Oh, you're right, and this hook. Yep, the same one we found in Yuri's scarf. I still don't know what exactly it was used for, but it was definitely used in the murder. Setsuka, by all odds, this is crucial evidence.
now then.
I thought so too. Let's keep this in mind. A life jacket that seems to have been used by the culprits, but for what purpose? Life jacket and a hook. Why are we back inside?
Oh?
Rara, where are you going? Hello, Setsuka. Going to go look elsewhere. I know the murder happened here, but there could be clues in other places, right?
Besides,
Alright, in that case, suggest you visit the guest house. It's right next to the bell tower, and you may be able to find something thanks to our party there last night. I see. Alright, thanks. And Yoroko might be... she's not here. You're here? Why on top of the table?
Hello.
Sora, you decided to come here too. Since the guest house goes to the bell tower, I thought I'd check out for clues.
That's right.
Good idea. This place does indeed have some clues. You should look for them. Okay, it may be the rug. It is not the table, it may be the rug. Yeah, it is the rug. But the rug is casting a shadow. So it looks like a table. It looks like she's on top of the table. Why is the rug casting a shadow? It is the alcohol. Glass bottles with some liquid inside of them. They're probably from last night's party. The smell is still lingering. I don't know how people managed to drink this stuff. One sip and was already feeling dizzy. I was smelling all the bottles when one of them suddenly caught my attention. Wait, this bottle. The inside of this bottle doesn't smell. Does that mean this isn't alcohol? Instead of having the smell of stinging alcohol, the bottle picked up smelled like nothing. After some hesitation, I drank it. And then I died. And my body suddenly erupted in spontaneous combustion. I drank a weird mixture of gasoline and white phosphorus. That is the end of my tale. It really doesn't taste like anything. This is just water. A bottle of water was among the bottles of alcohol. Maybe someone just wanted to drink water last night, but I should take note of this just in case. Leftover bottles. Don't mix gasoline and white phosphorus. It's dangerous. Also, white phosphorus is like using white phosphorus for anything can be considered a war crime. So if you do that, you're gonna be chased by a lot of people. Sora, what brings you here? That is my line. What are you doing here?
But...
Not too much, you know. It might have happened right after the night of the party, right? So I figured the party must have had something to do with the murder. I came here for the same reason.
Hey.
Hey Sora, when do you think the culprit decided to kill Yuri? By when, you mean?
It's complicated.
I mean, there were 6 people who stayed up late drinking yesterday, including me. Actually, there was a period where Yuri was alone. Maybe that's when the culprit took their chance. So Yuri was left alone last night. Yorko, do you think you could explain in detail what happened last night?
Listen.
Well, after we sent you away, we kept drinking and partying. Of course, I wasn't drinking, but the others were drinking non-stop. They were fully drunk.
But...
Eventually, nighttime came, so we were forced to head back to the Mono Cruise, but Yuri said he needed to use the bathroom and that we should leave without him. So I left him alone. What were you thinking?
I don't mean it like that.
Wait, he wasn't completely alone. The 6 of us were here together. But we needed to hurry because we didn't make it back before nighttime. We got locked out. To be honest, things were out of control with me trying to take care of all the drunk people that I don't even remember some of the details. Someone definitely went with him, but I can't quite recall who it was. So I didn't check if he actually returned to the Mono Cruise, right?
Maybe...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't even know if he made it back. I could never have guessed at the time that things would end up the way they did. I was being careless. I guess asking all the students if they saw Yuri go into the ship last night might be a good idea. Anyways, Yuri was definitely alive until we drank our drink yesterday, so maybe that will help. Also, just in case, but you're not the culprit, are you?
What are you saying?
Of course not. Why would I be the culprit? I see. Well, I'm sure we'll all talk about this whole mess in the class trial. Thanks to Yoriko's account, we might be able to know when the killer went for Yuri. Oh, there we go.
I'm pleased that you're all investigating so rigorously. However, your time is now up. The investigation has ended. We will now commence the class trial. So please, gather at the entrance to the class trial room on the first floor of the Mono Cruise.
Seems like investigation time is over. I'll do your best. We can't be sure as to who the culprit is until the class trial. We need to do this. We need to trust everyone's abilities. We need to hope that we can solve all the mysteries in this case in the class trial. Mono Cruise first floor. Once we talk about that door. So hurry. Can I save? I wanna save. You're all here.
Hey.
You're late, Sora. Last place again. I'm late? Sorry about that.
Well...
We were worried about you. Why are you so late? Came as soon as I heard the announcement.
Hey! Hey!
Maybe it's because you're the culprit, right? As if. Hibiki, you can't say stuff like that to poor Sora without any evidence.
Hey now.
It's like that what Kana said earlier. Either we expose the culprits or we all die. Those are the only 2 outcomes. If we mess this up, we're all dead. What happened to us? Just yesterday we were partying. How did it come to this?
That's just how it is.
We don't have any time to think about that. If we give up here, we won't be able to survive. Wait, is this a class trial room? It's not at all like how I imagined it would be.
Good grief.
No, no, this is only the entrance to the class trial room. See the elevator? We'll be taking that down to the class trial room.
What did you say?
Take that down. Down where? Are we on a cruise ship?
This is stupid.
Yeah, whatever. Let's get this over with.
Hey,
You're pretty damn laid back considering our lives are in danger.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. Everyone seems to have gathered, so let us waste no time in getting started. Now, the thrilling, the extreme class trial. Everyone, please enter the elevator in front of you and make your way to the class trial room. As you might have already realized, you cannot escape from the class trial. Face it head on, using what you learned in your investigation.
Hell.
Now let us begin. The first class trial of the Utsuroshima field trip of mutual killing.
Ugh.
So we're really doing this. I don't want to go down. Are we going to be able to find the culprits? It'd be really bad if we can't. You know what? Bring it on. It's not like we can escape this anyways.
Yes.
That's what Big Bro says. If we put our heads together, we can discuss this. We'll find the culprit.
Alright.
The culprit who killed Yuri. Let's find them no matter what. It is starting. Once you go down the elevator, there's no going back. No running away or no giving up. But I'm not alone. I need to survive through this with everyone. Should I talk with everyone? Usually there is not a lot to discuss. Let me talk with you, Mikado.
so how's that?
I don't want to die either, so I promise to do my best in a class trial. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a lot to be added up.
Oh dear.
Been in a courtroom setting before, but this is my first class trial. My first time in an actual trial. Will I do well? Yeah, then not gonna add anything. Alright. Can I hold your hand again? Class trial, whatever it is, just bring it on. I got up, calm it up. My voice is dying. I'm gonna say it back down there. Is everyone ready? This is it. Okay, here we go. After making sure everyone was in the elevator, we pushed on the button and the door shut. We felt the elevator begin to descend. The elevator made a loud sound as it was slowly but steadily descended. Normally everyone would have been talking to each other, but the vibrations of the elevator seemed to make us all mute. It alerted us of the class trial to come. Elevator sound grew louder, almost as if to make fun of all of our fear. Thoughts that we may never see the light of day again crossed all of our minds. But we couldn't let that happen. Whoever killed Yuri wasn't going to get away with this. As everyone had their own thoughts of what may or may not happen, the elevator came to a screeching stop. What was that?
What?
What is this place?
Hello there.
You finally arrived. Welcome to the most advanced facility of the Monocruise, the class trial room. Oh, I like what you done at the place. Very impressive.
What?
This feels like an outdoor court or something.
Very well.
I'm Shumir already. You also assume we all know also assume we all know there isn't any running away from this. Let us begin. Everyone, go to the stands with your names on them.
Very good.
Excellent. Your solemn expressions tell me you're all going to face this with appropriate resolve. Now let us begin. Are you done? The first class trial of the Utsuroshima field trip of mutual killing. The class trial is finally starting, all of our lives are on the line. If we win, we live and the Blacken dies. If we lose, the Blacken lives and we all die. In other words, no matter what happens, someone will face their death here. I can't let those thoughts cloud my vision. I need to focus on the class trial right now. Stop showing that! Yuri, the ultimate spaceman. He's no longer with us with his brutal mother. I'm gonna... Whatever. He may have been uncooperative. He might have been a terrible person to men and women alike, but he was still a classmate. It's like Emma said. If this killy game hadn't happened, we would have all been such good friends. Stop showing the corpse, god damn it. The culprit's the one who did this terrible thing to Yuri. He's among us right now. Barry starts to twine, but the curtains finally open. A trial of life and death. A trial of truth and lies. A trial of trust and betrayal. Cool. A trial of fact and fiction. A trial of pleas and excuses. A trial of friends and foes. A trial like no other. The class trial. Would you like to save your game? Yeah, sure. Skills. I don't think I have anything. Preparedness. Enable saving after each phase minigame. Yeah, sure. Meditation. Increase maximum influence by 1. Sure, whatever. And that's it. So usually I just do a quick review on the bullets. It is so tiny. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. It is so tiny. Why is it so tiny? Victim is Yuri Kagarin. He was found on the first floor of the Uehara Bell Tower. Yeah, he was a lot of cuts and bruises, broken bones. He has 2 punctures on each one of his legs. A giant hook in one of his legs with a rope on it. This is the hook with a rope on it. And a hole in it. This is the other calf. It had only a stab wound but no hook for some reason. There was a bunch of wires as well. There was wires on the top of the bell tower, on the walls. They were placed in an odd position for some reason. This is just an account of the approximate time it would take to climb this spiral staircase. About 5 minutes. There are some marks on the bell tower. Then sort of reminded herself that before Yuri fell, she heard the bell tower ringing. So there is a chance Yuri hit the bell tower for some reason. Leftover bottles. One of the bottles was strange, had water on it. There was a life jacket on the guard in front of the bell tower with the same hook that was used to hurt Yuri. There was anesthetic on the floor, as Kanade pointed out perfectly. Kanade just pointed out like how the anesthetic could have been used, as in like to control how long people would be left unconscious. Also the where the anesthetic could have been found. Changes saying that Yoroko left the ship with rope on her hands for some reason. Oh no, Yoroko left the ship early in the morning. Yoroko saying that at some point Yuri was left alone because he had to go to the bathroom. Shobai saying that he saw Yoroko outside with rope for some reason. Alright. Don't have a lot to go to. Can just make an assumption of how Yuri could have died. I don't fully know the mechanism, but... Let's go. Begin the cluster? Yes, I just...
Firstly, allow me to briefly explain the rules of this class trial. The results of the class trial will be decided solely by your votes. If you manage to correctly identify the blackened, only they will receive punishment. But should you vote incorrectly, everyone except for the blackened will be punished, and they will be able to escape this field trip of mutual killing.
So it began. The class trial. Only the people here brutally murdered Yuri.
Well, first and foremost,
Wait a minute, Monocro. There's something I'd like to ask first.
oh, and what might that be?
Accomplices. Can there be accomplices in a case?
Good question. Whether or not there are accomplices will be a huge factor in deciding the culprit.
A good question indeed. I guess it wasn't specified in the rules. To be blunt, there can be accomplices.
What? So it's possible?
But in theory, only one person gets to actually leave the island anyway.
This has been pretty much the only rule that is considered important in any Danganronpa game, isn't it? Like, only the guy that actually did the thing. Like, you can have as many helpers as you want, but only the guy that actually drove the knife can do the thing.
Of course.
Do the
The
thing.
rules even say that only the first murder counts if more should occur.
Yeah.
In other words, without any reward, an accomplice is no more than another tool for the culprit.
But that isn't exactly the meaning of the rule for sure. Let's go with that.
They'd gain nothing from assisting the culprit, after all. Even if they succeeded, they'd be unable to escape the island alongside the Blackened.
The rule just say that if there is more than one murder, only the first one to die will be accounted on a class trial. It's the same thing as on the third game. With trying to remember the names, Tenko and Angie. Where Angie died first and then Tenko died. And Monokuma is just like, oh no, we're just gonna do Angie because Tenko, like, she died after that. But we're gonna go ignore her, you know? Man, that class trial sucked ass.
More importantly, they'd still face the same execution as the rest of us.
He's got that right.
Wait, what's that?
Oh, that. You don't need to concern yourself with it. It would have been Yuri Kagorin's seat, but it's rather sad to just leave a blank space there.
That's an awful sense of humor you've got there.
Wait, something's off about this. What's that empty seat over there? Whose is it?
It's exactly what it looks like, an empty seat. There's no need to concern yourself with that either. You're very interested in the petty details, aren't you? Questions are fine, but shouldn't you be discussing the murder first?
Right. This place is extremely unpleasant. I'd like to leave as soon as possible.
It might be the last place you ever see if we don't figure out who the culprit is.
Say such terrible things! Wait, all of you. Do you mind if I say something before we begin?
Huh? What is a Kokoro?
I know who the culprit is.
What? Are you serious?
Who is it? Who's the culprit?
I know who the culprit is, and I know exactly how they did it. So I'll give them the chance to speak. Give yourself up now. Perhaps then I may understand that you regret your actions. You'll be found out anyway, and it's better to confess rather than have it dragged out of you. Nobody's confessing.
Obviously. What kind of idiot would tell the truth? They'd be sentencing themselves to death.
All right. We'll do this the hard way.
So who's the culprit, Coco?
I can't tell you that right now.
What? Why are you screwing around? Just tell us. We don't know who it is, so just tell us so we can get this over with. Like Sosie said, I don't want to be here any longer than I have to be.
Would you be able to comprehend it, even if I did tell you? I would be lucky to be believed. I sense that a few of you are suspecting me already.
Aha. Your powers of observation are truly outstanding.
This is a class trial. All of our lives are on the line here. We need to find a conclusion that everyone finds acceptable.
so that there is no doubt who the culprit is when we all cast our votes. Figure it out for yourselves as much as you can. I'll help you if you get stuck. This is totally suspicious. Hey, Beaky, don't dismiss her when we haven't even started yet. What? What's with that condescending attitude, huh? Do you think I'm an idiot?
Hi, she's back.
Oh, sis, your mood's back up again. Duh, of course. I don't want to sit around moping forever. I'm really scared, but I'll do whatever it takes to stay alive. I see. That's good, sis.
Let's get started then.
Wait a moment. May I say something as well?
What is it now?
I imagine that some of you may suspect me simply because I'm the mastermind. Your opinions on me as a person are inconsequential. But please, for all of our sakes, treat me as just another student during the class trial. We would all die if we reached the wrong conclusion, after all. I don't want to die either, you know?
That's exactly what the real culprit would say!
Oh, come now. This is a prime example of what you should not do.
Shinji, I'm sorry, but he's right. If Mikado wanted to act as the mastermind, he had plenty of opportunities to do so before. Everyone here is a suspect, including Mikado and I. The purpose of this discussion is to narrow down that list.
I see. I understand. I'll try my best.
So, can we start now?
Where should we begin? If you're confused, try starting with what we know happened in this case.
Do your best. My life's on the line too.
Should probably start with what we know about the case. Yes. And just try my best. Everyone's lives depend on it. The minigame non-stop debate Another is about to begin. Another? Would I like to hear an explanation? Well, another one will be fine, I guess. Non-stop debate, you have to point out to counter the contradictions in other students' words with a truth bullet. Truth bullet. Upper left corner displays the speaker and progress meter. And occasionally a student's line will include a yellow phrase. This yellow phrase is a weak point. You can move your crosshair over to this weak point and press confirm to fire a truth bullet. You're free to fire truth bullets at regular text as well, but nothing will happen and points will be deducted instead of from your score, so maybe try to avoid doing that. The point is to fire the right truth bullets at the right weak points. You can press shift to change the loaded bullets. Shoot, display in the lower left corner. Future isn't available if you only have one truth bullet, however. If you successfully refute an argument with the correct truth bullet, a cut-in will appear and the score will be calculated before advancing to the next phase. You will fail to refute an argument if you attack the right contradiction with the wrong truth bullets. In this case, your focus gauge will take 1 damage points and points are reduced. If your focus gauge is completely depleted, your influence gauge will take 1 damage and the minigame will start over. You won't be able to aim properly if you are pressing an arrow key while securing your aim on a weak point. So please release any held arrow keys before firing a truth bullet. You can also press S to skip lines and A to view a list of all truth bullets. Okay.
To begin, Riri died at 7:30 in the morning. 30 minutes after the morning announcements.
Is it true that Sora and Yuki were together at the scene of the crime?
Yes, Yuri contacted me. After I woke up this morning. When I saw the message asking for help, I immediately ran to the bell tower. I saw Yuri hanging from a rope, badly injured. And before I could do anything, he was dragged up. His corpse fell to the ground moments later.
There were so many cuts on Yuri's body. Could the murder weapon be a sharp object?
Nope. What? That doesn't sound right. You should concentrate and think. Monochrome file contains information about Yuri's body. I should go over to what's written on the file one more time.
Crap. To begin,
What?
Riri died at 7:30 in the morning. 30 minutes after the morning announcements.
I can't see very close. It doesn't say the time. But yeah,
Is it true that Sora and Yuki were
it's on the
together
last
at the
one.
scene of the crime?
Yes, Yuri contacted me. After I woke up this morning. When I saw the message asking for help, I saw... And before I could...
There were so many cuts on Yuri's body. Could the murder weapon be a sharp object?
No, that's wrong!
Yeah, it's just out of time, I guess. Incorrect refutation penalty. Oh, this is what he meant, but oh, this is gonna be annoying.
No, Iroha. Yuri couldn't have been killed by a sharp object. If you check the monochrome file, it says that the cause of death was blunt force trauma. In other words, Yuri's death was likely caused by his fall.
Can I check the bullets
Oh, I
again?
see.
No, I can.
There were so many cuts on his body that I overlooked that.
Then what are those cuts from?
The cuts are probably a result of that object. And that object is... the wires.
Got it. His injuries were caused by the sharp wires.
Wires?
Did you see all the wires strung in between the empty space in the middle of the spiral staircase? Yuri was dragged up by a rope and was cut by the wires as he fell to the ground. He fell very quickly, which is why the wounds are so thin and yet so numerous.
Oh, so that's why the cuts were there.
You never even checked the monochrome file? I can't believe you called that an investigation.
Why are you so big in a picture?
I'm sorry. Hey, it was an honest mistake. Don't pick on her.
An honest mistake? It's rich of you to say that when we could all die from it. I can't leave my life up to you all if you keep acting like idiots.
Leave your life up to us.
Everyone's lives depend on the outcome of this trial, not just mine, yeah? If the rest of you work hard to find out the culprit, I don't have to waste my own energy.
What? You're basically saying that you're going to leech off of us?
I will intervene if I have to, but I'm not a fan of inefficiency. You're working to save your own hides, so isn't this a favorable outcome for us all?
You degenerate ruffian! Have you never even heard of the concept of cooperation with someone?
Now, everyone. We won't accomplish anything if we let ourselves be distracted by people such as Mr. Hashimoto. Let's carry on with deliberations, shall we?
But if the culprit wanted to kill Yuri by dropping him, why did they go through the trouble of installing all of those wires?
I'm not sure. I think we'll have to talk about it a little more.
Alright, so could everyone tell me what they were doing at the time of Riri's death?
Like I said, Sora and I saw Yuri's death with our own eyes. We were together, so does that count as our alibi?
I was alone in my room.
Do I have to tell you? I was just wandering around the place.
Mr. Kagurine died around 7:30 a.m., so everyone besides Mr. Maeda, Miss Sora, Miss Mitsume, and Mr. Hashimoto must have been in the dining hall.
No, Yoriko wasn't there.
Yuko, where were you and what were you doing at the time?
I was also at the bell tower. I met Yuki and Sora there. The bell tower? But that's the scene of the crime, isn't it? If Sora and Yuki were there because of the message... Yoriko, what were you doing there? What was I doing?
Kanade, just in case it comes up later, Yoriko technically witnessed Yuri's death with us. You heard the body discovery announcement, right? It's only announced when 3 or more people find the body. Sora and I saw it first, and Yoriko a little while after.
Hold on, Mr. Maeda. You claim that Mr. Kagurine was hoisted by a rope?
What? Yeah?
Then it stands to reason that the two of you witnessed the culprit, no?
What? Really?
If to black and drag Mr. Kagurine with a rope up to the top of the bell tower, our two witnesses would have immediately followed afterwards in pursuit.
I'm quiet more because I'm trying to pick things together. I still don't have an idea of who the culprit is. So I'm trying to pick up on a few tells. Also, I don't want to keep interrupting the story with commentary.
I see. Because the only way down from the top of the tower is down the spiral staircase. Whether the culprit went down or Sora and Yuki went up, they would definitely bump into each other at some point somehow.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. We did get to the top of the bell tower, but Yoriko was the only one up there.
That means Yoriko's the culprit. What? Isn't it obvious? Like Emma said, the only way to climb up the tower is by using the stairs. And if you were there, you don't have a good excuse like Yuki and Sora, and you've been looking worried from the start. It's clear to everyone that Yoriko's the culprit. Don't you think so, sister? Huh? But, Kanade, we just said that Ruko's a witness. Sis, please just think for a moment. Yoriko doesn't have an alibi. And she has no reason to be in the bell tower if she's not related to the case. I guess. Hey now! Who are you calling suspicious?
Okay then, Yuko. Can you tell us why you were at the bell tower? You and Rara just told us that they were there because they got a message from Riri. Tell us why you were there, then we won't have a reason to doubt you.
That's... I don't know. I don't know why I was there.
What? Are you kidding me right now?
Yoriko's situation sounds kind of complicated. I thought she was the culprit at first too, but after I heard her testimony, I'm not so sure that's right.
Yoriko, calm down and tell us your side of the story.
As I expected, it looks like everyone's suspicious of Yoriko. We need to discuss this some more to find out if she's really the culprit or not. That is my water bottle. I may have not closed it fully.
I went outside as soon as the Monocruise's door opened, so I could start my morning investigation before breakfast began. Then someone attacked me from behind, and I lost consciousness.
Sorry about that. The morning of tomorrow, Shinji waited for Hajime so the two of them could go jogging. While he was waiting, he saw Yoriko exit the monocruise immediately after morning hours began. Why did Yoriko leave the ship as soon as the ship's door opens? What about to stop it?
When I woke up, I was at the top of the bell tower next to Sora and Yuki. Do you have any proof? For example, someone who saw you leave early. What? No, nobody saw me. You're acting really suspicious. Why would you go out so early anyways? It's not me. I swear I'm not the culprit.
Yoriko is being accused because of a lack of an alibi. I don't know if she's really the culprit, but I should get everyone to know that she does have an alibi.
I went outside as soon as the Monocruise's door opened, so I could... What? No, nobody saw me.
What? Whoa, whoa, wow.
You're acting really suspicious. I went outside as soon
Come
as
on.
the Monocruise's... So I... What? No, nobody saw me. No, that's wrong!
Harido. Accuracy penalty my butt. Yeah, I'll save the game.
Actually, there was someone who saw Yoriko leave early this morning. Shinji, you said you saw her, right?
Oh, me? definitely saw Yoroko leaving early this morning.
You guys sure do get up early, don't you? What were you guys doing?
Hajime and I go jogging every morning, you know? I woke up early, so I was waiting for him in the hallway. Hajime was late because he had to use the bathroom. And I saw Yoroko leaving as soon as the monocruise door opened up.
It's like I said, I'm not lying.
However, while we've proven that you left the ship early, can we really be certain that it was for the sake of investigation?
What?
Doesn't that just make you even more suspicious? The murder did happen this morning, after all. And the culprit who killed Mr. Kagurine definitely wasn't in the monocruise this morning.
That's true, but...
So, does that mean Yoroko really is the culprit?
Wait a minute! Why is everyone accusing me when I haven't done anything? I told you, I don't know how or why I was there. I lost consciousness right after I left.
Assuming what Yoriko says is the truth, the culprit attacked her and moved her to the bell tower to pin the blame on her?
But then there's no explanation for how Yuri was pulled to the top.
Maybe the culprit was hiding somewhere at the top of the tower?
No, we looked around for a bit, but it's an exposed area with almost no furniture around. It would be very difficult for someone to hide themselves up there.
Oh, I may have an idea. Of how the culprit escaped. I may have some idea. Okay.
If Yoriko can't explain herself, we have no choice but to assume she's the culprit. Yeah. Wait, that's not true. I'm not.
Don't jump to conclusions. Yoriko isn't lying.
Coco.
Listen to her voice. She's telling the truth. I know you're a psychologist, Koro, but how can you be so sure?
Because I'm a psychologist.
The method you're using to deduce Yoriko's alleged culpability is far too short-sighted. Look at the bigger picture instead of focusing solely on her. Such as why Yuri was killed, perhaps.
Why was Yuri killed?
Let me get something real quick. Okay.
Speaking of which, didn't Yuri lock himself in his room after telling the girls to kill him? It'd be awfully difficult to drag that guy out of his room.
Hardly. If he was serious, a girl would only need to knock, and Yuri would open his door.
Are you saying that the culprit is a girl?
So, like, doesn't it all point to Ruko anyway?
I'm telling you, it's not me!
Wait, everyone. If the culprit were a man, wouldn't that make the crime that much more ingenious? The obvious answer would be that the culprit is a woman, but if it was a man, they would be able to exclude themselves from the list of suspects for that reason.
But Yuri's the kind of guy who hates even being spoken to by another guy.
As long as Yuri had locked himself in his room, a man would have never been able to lure him out.
Huh? According to what Emma just said, a man could have been a culprit if Yuri hadn't been inside his room. Yuri locked himself inside his room for 2 days, and he left it for a single occasion. That occasion was... minigame Hangman's flashbacks about... Hangman's... oh. Okay, it shouldn't be that bad. In the first game, it was like the worst part of the game. But mostly because this Hangman game was in Korean, and I don't understand Korean. And it should be okay. In Hangman's flashback, you have to try and catch the thoughts that pass through your mind in a flash, get it? When the game starts, the keyword will appear in the lower left corner with some of its letters left blank. A set of cards will also appear in the middle of the screen. The cards will initially be shown for about 5 seconds, during which you should memorize the letters and arrangements. Next, you must fill in the blanks as the keyword reading for the left to right. Try to recall the letter that lift to the left that fit the leftmost blank first, then select the card that you think holds the letter. After choosing an issue card, select another card that ladder matches the ladder of your first choice. If you manage to match a pair correctly and the mutual ladder correctly fills the blank, the space will be filled and you can move on to the next blank. So it's a memory game. It's a memory game where I have to find the ladders and I have to put them in order. Okay. You receive a penalty to your score. You take damage if a ladder is incorrect or the cards don't match. The lower right corner will display the time limits. If the timer reaches 0, you will receive a penalty to your points and your focus card will take damage. If you're concerned about this game is too difficult, don't worry. The cards will all be shown again briefly if you run out of time. So try to use this reset as a guidance to all your subsequent attempts. Like the non-stop debate, your influence card will be damaged and the game will start over if your focus card runs out completely. So it's a memory game. Kinda does. I may not be the smartest person around, but I have a good memory. Okay. Can I go now? There we go.
I see. The party last night. Yuri was at that party, wasn't he? Didn't he drink late into the night too?
Oh, yeah, he was there.
So then if someone attacked Yuri right after the party ended, it could have easily been a man.
Yes, that's true.
You're taking that into account now? Quick-witted bunch, aren't you?
You asshole! You're not even participating in the discussion!
What? Do you want me to help? That'll be a million crows. I'll figure this all out for you then.
Shut up, you Scrooge!
If Sora's right, a man really could have attacked Yuri. But that's no reason to rule out a girl as a culprit.
Of course. She said that the culprit could be a man, not that they couldn't be a woman. For a man like Mr. Kagari, the idea of him giving up his life to a woman that approached him during the festivities is all too plausible.
Yeah, but I'm curious about something. The party was last night, right? Yuri died this morning. If the culprit attacked Yuri after the party, wouldn't that mean the culprit was inside the Mono Cruise during nighttime? The Mono Cruise doors lock after 10 p.m.
Yeah, if the party was last night and the murder happened this morning, there's a huge gap of time missing between them.
So the question is, if a man really did attack Riri after the party, what was he doing until morning?
I mean, you have 6 hours. That is a lot of things you can do.
But didn't all
6
the
hours?
people who were drinking late into
8
the
hours.
night return to the Mono Cruise before 10 p.m.?
That's, I can't really remember.
Probably. I was the only sober one there. Although, Yuri was late, he told me he'd be stopping by the bathroom. I get it! That was when somebody kidnapped Rin then!
No, that doesn't make sense, because the murder happened at the bell tower just after the morning announcement. The culprit would have been locked inside the Mono Cruise. They wouldn't have had any time to prepare for the murder.
You're assuming things again. There's no rule that says you have to stay inside the Mono Cruise during nighttime.
It is just advising, saying that there is monsters outside, and you are not held responsible if something happens to you if you are caught by one of the monsters. Also, it's just saying that you can't sleep outside of your room. That would be considering sleeping in a classroom and you will be punished for that. There is nothing saying that you have to be inside of your room at 10 p.m. and nothing saying that you can't be awake for the whole night. Or drugged.
What? About the rules?
State that the Mono Cruise doors close at 10 p.m. and that sleeping outside the dorms is not allowed. That's all. If the culprit never boarded the Mono Cruise, they would be free to wander the island after the door was locked. If they stayed up all night, they wouldn't be breaking any rules.
Being outside the Mono Cruise at night isn't a rule violation? Is that true?
Yes, I've done it before.
I wondered what would happen if I slept during the day and stayed out all night outside. And nothing happened. The doors opened in the morning, and I was able to board the monocruise as usual.
But didn't Monocro say that monsters would be wandering the island at night? You still could have been injured, Coco.
I was fine. I stayed on the main roads and never ran into any sort of monster. Although I do wonder if something may be hidden in the forest.
If Kokoro is telling the truth, it's possible that Yuri never re-entered the monocruise last night.
Take note of something. Sorry about that.
According to Yoriko, he did return, just much later than everyone else. But isn't it possible that he was attacked and then placed in the bell tower until this morning?
According to that theory, the culprit is one of the people who were drinking late into the night. What do you think, Yoriko? You're one of the people who stayed behind, aren't you?
So, that's true. But it wasn't me. I got back to the monocruise with everyone else.
About that. None of us were exactly sober, so we don't really remember that. Sorry, Yuko.
What?
They were all drunk as skunks.
Indeed, and none of them can recall a thing. Speaking of which, I don't recall seeing any alcohol during the preparations for the party.
Oh, you're right.
And yet, there was alcohol abound in the beverages by the time the party started. I believe this is no mere coincidence.
Are you saying that the culprit put alcohol in the drinks in order to get everyone drunk and fog up their memories?
Wait, isn't it possible that someone impulsively committed a murder because they were under the influence at the time? No. You can tell by looking at the crime scene that someone put a great deal of thought into this murder.
If the person was drunk during the crime scene, if the person was committed a distinct drunk, there's a high chance he would have fallen asleep, and then a monochrome would just turn it into Swiss cheese or something.
It doesn't fit an intoxicated cover-up.
I just fall asleep on top of the body. And then in the middle of the night, you just like, this odd sound like, well, whoa.
If the culprit brought the alcohol, doesn't that mean they helped organize the party?
Who are the ones organizing the party?
I forgot to keep notes on that.
You, Ra-Ra, Mac, Yuko, Mikado, and myself.
Mac? What's Mac? Oh. What's Mac?
Just the six of us.
Yoriko is nothing but suspicious.
What's Mac?
So the culprit's someone that helped with the party and stayed out last night. And they would have to be sober.
Is it Mickey?
That's what you're saying?
Hey, wait a second. The only person who wasn't drinking last night was Yoriko. She said she'd be chaperoning Dry, since we had to get back by 10 p.m.
No, I mean, that's true, but...
That's...
The evidence all lines up.
Yoriko, can you explain what happened in more detail? We just want to believe you.
You're not listening to me. Aren't you taking this a little too far? Look, I'm innocent. To be accused as the culprit because of a series of coincidences. I can still defend myself, you know? Listen to me before you start talking.
The minigame Rebuttal Showdown Another is about to begin. Rebuttal Showdown Another, the goal is to shoot down your opponent's arguments and refute them. There are 5 lanes at the center of the screen. Oh, there are. You may switch lanes using left and right arrow keys, and you can launch an arrow by pressing confirm. The opponent's arguments will disappear within 1 or 3 seconds after appearance and inflict damage. If you fail to shoot them down before that happens, the rebuttal gauge at the top will move to the right. If your opponent takes over the entire rebuttal gauge, your focus gauge will take damage and points will be reduced. Protected. On the other hand, the rebuttal gauge will move to the left every time you successfully shoot your opponent's words down. You take double damage if the rebuttal gauge is in your opponent's favor. So do your best not to miss shooting down any of their arguments. Sora will have a chance to say her counter-arguments as the rebuttal proceeds. And afterwards, the rebuttal gauge will return to his original position. Like in non-stop debate, you can refute the yellow text in your opponent's arguments. Instead of truth bullets, you were given truth arrows, which must be equipped in a bow in order to refute the arguments. Press shift to change the truth arrow, and S to equip the currently selected truths on the bow. Once you equip a truth arrow, the bow will turn red. You will not be able to change truth arrows. Press S again to remove the equipped truth arrow. When a truth arrow is equipped, you cannot shoot down ordinary remarks. You'll only be able to refute the yellow text. If you want to shoot ordinary remarks, remember to remove the truth arrow first. Finally, you may view a list of all clues by pressing A, similar to a non-stop debate. I'm scratching my knee. Do your best to keep your combo going and counter your opponent's rebuttal. Okay, so S to equip, enter to do stuff, and shift to change the arrow. Show by account.
I know I have to accede to your unjust accusations.
Oh.
But if I'm really the culprit, do you really think that I'd go about it this way? Like you said, Yuri would have done anything for a woman, even die for her. There's no reason for me to wait until the party to kill him in such a complicated manner.
The culprit may have waited until the party because of their plan involving the alcohol. Like we said before, they used it to dull everyone's memories so they could easily get away with their plan. The fact that Yuri attended the party in itself could indicate that he was working with the culprit.
So you're just saying that I would do something as stupid as intentionally going to the party? If I was the culprit, I wouldn't go about it that way. If you two weren't at the tower with me, you wouldn't be suspecting me. Is that how it is? Just because of that, you're suspect-
I'll pierce through those words.
Just because of that. That was his trigger. A little bit too fast, but the trigger was just because of that.
It's not just that, Yoriko. Shobai told me that he saw you going to the bell tower this morning.
What?
He also said you were holding a long rope in your hand.
A rope? The same rope that Rinrin was tied up with?
Shobai, you were telling the truth, right?
Huh? I was. At the time, I didn't know that woman would be so important to the case. I was wondering what she was planning to do with something like that. Now that I think about it, that was a really important piece of evidence.
Wait, he's lying! Shobai isn't telling the truth! I really was attacked by someone as soon as I left the Mono Cruise. He's trying to slander me. He's the culprit. Even if you say that...
Yeah, all the evidence is stacked against you.
It's almost undeniable. Or maybe you're just an idiot, Yoriko. What? Why are you all accusing me? Why me?
Mr. Hashimoto's testimony is the most damning thing here. How do you plan to defend yourself against that?
Yuko, are you really the culprit?
Wait, Shobai really is lying.
Oh. That's new.
What?
Sora, did Shobai mention when he saw Yoriko leave?
That's... Yoriko left right after the morning announcement, so wouldn't that be around 7 a.m.?
I was on the second floor of the library at the time, and I saw Shobai climbing the stairs from the second to the third floor. Shobai, even if you did see Yoriko leave, unless you knew her destination beforehand, you'd have trouble figuring out she was headed for the bell tower.
And didn't you say you saw Yoroku holding a rope?
Shobai, were you lying to me?
Ha! So you got me out.
You shit.
Sorry about that, but I wanted to test you all.
Ah, you just suck. Okay.
Test us? Like I said, if you clear the class trial for me, I'm good. I was testing whether you could really do it without my interference.
What? You gotta be joking!
Just a little bit of perjury, really. I didn't think the psychologist would realize.
Just a little bit of perjury.
Well, whatever. I'm counting this as a win.
You asshole! What the hell are you doing?
Settle down, Mr. Kasai. Violence is against the school rules.
Violence with no destination to murder is against the school rules. I guess you shoot a bullet on his head.
Calm down, Shin. You can beat him up after we get out of here.
No, he can't. Unless he kills him. I wanna kill him.
That proves my innocence, right? Shobai's the one who lied. He's even more suspicious than I am. I don't know. His testimony might be false, but you're still the most likely suspect.
But we're being cruel to Yoriko, aren't we? We should talk about this some more.
No, Ruko's definitely the killer.
I don't want to suspect my friends. I want to believe everyone instead.
Well, this is rather complicated, isn't it? We seem to be split right down the middle.
Right down the middle.
If that's the case,
Ah.
let's decide with a proper debate.
Right down the middle.
Please remain calm as your seats are rearranged.
Whether Yoriko's the killer or not, we have to discuss about this some more. Let's try our best to convince everyone. The minigame Scrum debate is about to begin. Would you like to hear an explanation? Oh yes, I love this one. When a class becomes divided and an issue and splits into two parties, a Scrum debate occurs. While it is usually a free-for-all during non-stop debates, Scrum debates have the students competing in teams. All students will participate in either Team Solar or Team Luna. Okay? Members of the opposing team will take turns presenting their arguments. Although not clearly labeled, each argument has a keyword. Every member of your team will be represented with a keyword as well. Identify the keyword in the opposing argument. And present the argument of your teammate that matches the keyword in order to refute. Switch keywords with the up and arrow keys and press confirm to refute the argument. If you attempt to refute an argument with an incorrect keyword, points are reduced and your focus gauge will take damage. If you miss or fail to refute an argument and leave a keyword unmatched, the sequence of arguments will repeat itself. Keywords that were matched correctly before will be labeled as on the opposing team's side. So use them as guide if you have to repeat the process. A crouch bind state will occur after successfully refute all your opposing arguments. And two teams will begin a final push to victory. Press the button displayed in the center of the screen repeatedly in order to push away the arguments of the opposing team. The button display will randomly change over time. You have to start the Scrum debate over again if your team's argument is pushed off screen, so don't lose your footing. If the opposing team's argument is pushed off screen, you will clear the debate screen with a full counter cut-in featuring your team member. So flashy! So flashy! Ugh. Team Lunar. Team Solar. I guess Mikado just had to fill in a gap. Zeroko Kabuya the culprit. She's the culprit. She's not a culprit.
Yoriko is the only one that went to the party and fits all of the criteria.
No, Yuri. The killer has to be a woman.
Emma! We've already established that the murder could have been committed by either a man or a woman.
Ruko's the only one with a super suspicious alibi.
Yoriko! Kokoro and Shobai don't even have alibis. Why are you accusing me? But, Yoriko, weren't you the only one who handled the food at the party?
Kokodo!
False. Yoriko was not the only one who handled the food at the party.
She could have taken advantage of the fact that we were drunk to forge her alibi.
Shinji!
Yoroku wasn't the only one who wasn't drunk. So shouldn't we suspect the others too?
Yoriko is our only suspect, so there's nothing else we can do.
Setsuka! We haven't even talked about the possibility of another suspect besides Yuko.
We need to counter the argument before they even get the chance to finish what they're saying. You have to counter each of arguments pointing logically. It's true that Yoriko looks suspicious, but there are still many mysteries left to solve. It's too soon to decide the culprit.
Yoriko is the only one that went to the party and fits all of...
This one's mine!
We still need to figure out if the party is even relevant to the case.
Knowing Yuri, the killer has to be a woman.
Emma!
We've already established that the murder could have been committed by either a man or a woman.
Ruko's the only one with a super suspicious alibi.
Yoriko! Kokoro and Shobai don't even have alibis. Why are you accusing me? But, Yoriko, weren't you the only one who handled the food at the party?
Kokodo!
False. Yoriko was not the only one who handled the food at the party.
She could have taken advantage of the fact that we were drunk to forge her alibi.
Shinji.
Yoroku wasn't the only one who wasn't drunk. So shouldn't we suspect the others too?
Yoriko is our only suspect, so there's nothing else we can do.
Setsuka! We haven't even talked about the possibility of another suspect besides Yuko.
Okay, let's smash Z. It's changing a little bit too fast, but I'm fine with that. It's more like surprising than a hindrance. Save the game.
It seems that a conclusion has continued to evade us.
At any rate, it's wrong to conclude that Yoriko's the killer when there's still so many unanswered questions. We need to discuss this some more.
Sora.
Okay. I don't want to doubt my friends any longer either. Let's drop the subject of the culprit and discuss some other things first.
Wait, so we're back to square one? Good thinking. Unlike a regular trial, a single misstep will result in tragedy. And we need to keep discussing this until we reach a decisive conclusion.
I mean, why are we in step 1? Because we've been derailed on the possibility of a culprit. We skipped straight to the end instead of going step by step. We still haven't discussed how Yuri dies properly.
I mean, Kokoro, don't you know who the culprit is? Can't you just tell us so we can call it a day?
You all currently believe Yoriko is the culprit. Would you even be able to accept it if I named someone else?
No.
So you don't believe Miss Kabuya is the culprit?
Alright, so instead of who they are, let's talk about how the culprit did it.
How they did it?
We're not sure whether the culprit attacked Riri this morning or after the party. Did you forget what the culprit did before they killed Riri?
Before killing Yuri. She's talking about the object that was attached to Yuri's body. That object would be...
Got it! Are you talking about the hook that was embedded in Yuri's calf?
Yeah, you said it was already embedded when you first saw him, right? Even if Riri was drunk, he wouldn't have just stayed still while the culprit stuck that thing into his leg. They would have had to restrain him by any means possible.
So you're saying we should discuss how the culprit went about doing that?
How the culprits restrain Yuri? We have to figure this out. How do I change?
We might have all been plastered, but Riri wouldn't have just stayed still while someone stuck a hook into him.
Maybe they stunned him by hitting him with a blunt weapon?
No, they wouldn't risk Yuri dying right there.
Regardless, it's certain that the culprit did something to immobilize Yuri's body.
Oh,
Perhaps he was
I didn't
so
skip
drunk
that.
he passed out. Wait, no, that's dumb. I'm sorry.
How the culprit restrain Yuri? There must have been evidence relating to the method they used. Let's think back on what I found during the investigation.
We might have all been plastered, but Riri wouldn't have just stayed still while someone stuck a hook into him.
Maybe they stunned him by hitting him with a blunt weapon?
No, they wouldn't risk Yuri dying right there.
Regardless, it's certain that the culprit did something.
That doesn't sound right. You should concentrate and think. How did culprits restrain Yuri? There must have been evidence relating to the method they used. Huh. Whoa,
They
what was
might
that?
have all been plastered, but
What are the... Anesthetic, Yuri's account, spiral staircase.
Riri wouldn't have just stayed still while someone stuck a hook into him.
Maybe they stunned him by hitting him with a blunt weapon?
No, that's wrong!
Okay. In my logic, since it was denied right after, that wasn't the right one, but alright. Save the game.
I have evidence that the culprit didn't use such a straightforward method, Hibiki. We found traces of an anesthetic solution on the floor of the bell tower.
Anesthetic solution?
Kanade told me that it's similar to the kind used in the operating room during major surgeries.
Yes, you can get some from the infirmary.
Its presence at the bell tower leaves no doubt that the culprit used the anesthetic to subdue Mr. Kagurine.
Wait, do you think that's the same thing the culprit used when they attacked me?
Maybe, but that's besides the point, Yotoko, so be quiet.
Fine.
And there's one more thing I know about the anesthetic.
The other thing I learned about the anesthetic is... it is on Kanada's account.
Got it! Kanade went to the infirmary after finding the anesthetic, and... she discovered that a single syringe had disappeared.
A syringe?
Yes, you can use that particular syringe to conveniently calculate the sedation time using the scale on the barrel.
I have a problem with that. If the medicine is on the syringe, then why is the medicine on the floor?
That's great and all, but how do you know all this?
I watch a lot of medical dramas. Is there a problem?
No, it's just very convenient. We're moving on.
I'm not saying there's a problem, but...
No one found a syringe or anything like that while investigating, right? That means...
The culprit still has the syringe with them.
Should we frisk everyone here?
I doubt they'd be idiotic enough to have it on their person. But we can be sure that they hid it somewhere.
If they used a syringe with an anesthetic solution, they could subdue Yuri even if he wasn't drunk.
There's one thing that's really bothering me. When Sora and I last saw Yuri, he seemed convinced a woman was trying to take his life, saying things like, "Not everyone gets to be killed by a cute classmate," and "being born a man and achieving my dream."
He said that I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at his legs.
Said that as he was about to die? Eek!
Eek.
So if he said that, does that make the culprit a woman after all?
The thing that's bothering me is that Yuri told all of us that he would cooperate with the female culprit. But they restrained him and waited until he was drunk. If the culprit was a female, that wouldn't be necessary.
That's what I've been saying since the beginning.
Yeah, that's true. It'd just create more evidence, right?
Let's review. Assuming the culprit is male, he would only be able to target Yuri after yesterday's party. We still have no idea what happened before nighttime, though. Assuming the culprit is female, she would be able to get to Yuri at any time inside the monocruise. However, she wouldn't have had enough time to prepare for the crime in the morning. Like the other scenario, we still have no idea what happened before nighttime.
About what happened before nighttime. Doesn't it seem possible that the culprit's preparations took place during that time?
What?
Like Kokoro said, anyone can stay outside the monocruise at night using the loophole in the rules.
Not a loophole.
We can't explain how the culprit prepared for their crime during the short time frame in the morning. So we can just assume by default that it took place at night.
That's almost 9 hours. Would it really take them that long to prepare for the murder?
I'm not sure. They just need to prepare the hooks, the rope, the anesthetic, the wires, and... that's all, I think. Wait. None of you can possibly think that the culprit simply dragged Yuri up with just a rope, do you?
Huh?
I did think something was amiss when you began accusing Yoriko. You've been mistaken from the beginning.
What are you talking about?
The culprit didn't just drop Yuri to his death after dragging him up from the bell tower.
Then, what else did they do?
Oh, I see. It was so obvious that I almost missed it. In hindsight, it's clear. Think. Yuri was short, but it's physically impossible for anyone to drag him hundreds of feet out to the bell tower. I doubt even Shinji could do it.
Really? If you used a lever of sorts, it might be possible.
Yes, it's possible. However, we were wrong in our initial assumption that the culprit was the one who pulled Yuri up.
Our initial assumption was wrong?
So what? What's the problem?
I just want to hear this. Hold on. The culprit didn't pull Yuri up. They moved Yuri using another method. What method did they use? I've definitely seen something that can solve this.
Allow me to remedy the situation.
What? What?
Konade's explanation is correct. Think, Sora. You've seen the evidence too. I can remind you if you don't remember.
The minigame Logical Refresh is about to begin. Would like to hear an explanation. Logical Refresh, someone who supports your arguments, will give you hints to help you out. Oh, okay. There are 5 lines, similar to the Rebiro Showdown. Then you can use the up and down arrows to switch keys to switch lines. The supporter will say their arguments point by point, and your task is to avoid contacts with the white statements. You will suffer damage when the midpoint of your comments in your line passes through the vertical line of the what? On the other hand, the blue truth bullets that appear in the middle of the comments should be collected. Blue truth bullets can be collected when the midpoint passes through the judgment line with the same line as you, and will be shown in the lower corner. Unlike white text, you will take damage for failing to collect them. You proceed to the next step to collect all truth bullets shown on the lower left of the screen. You must then choose the most appropriate truth bullets for the present situation on the group bullet you have collected. If you choose correct bullets, your support will fire the truth bullets to you when you clear the game without cutting. Incorrect choice will not only damage your fox gauge, but will also deduct points from your score and restart the minigame, so be careful.
Yuri was dragged to the top of the tower at a great speed. This is an impossible feat for a regular person to accomplish. How was the culprit able to achieve this?
So it just matters that I am the purple light.
The Yuri was dragged up indicates something was pulling him down from the other side, don't you think? And you didn't find anyone on the top of the bell tower. So therefore, you can figure this out for yourself, can't you?
I agree with that.
So my idea may be the same one they're gonna comment now. There is still a few loopholes, a few inconsistencies, but I mean, it explains why you would need a whole night to make it happen. Okay, let's move on.
It's possible that Yuri wasn't dragged up by the culprit. It's more logical to think that he was pulled up in reaction to something else.
What are you talking about?
There was a hook stuck in Yuri's calf, which was attached to a long rope. We thought that someone pulled Yuri up by that rope, but if you think about it, it's physically impossible for someone to do that on their own.
Huh? Are you sure?
Furthermore, I discovered something with Setsuka earlier.
Oh, you're talking about the life jacket, aren't you?
Yes, someone had left it hidden outside of the bell tower. we found the same kind of hook that was stuck in Yuri's calf embedded into the life jacket. And that hook was attached to a rope. However, the end was cut off.
So, what does that mean?
Oh! So in other words, Yuri was connected to the life jacket by the hooked ends of the rope. If the culprit jumped down from the bell tower while wearing the life jacket, Yuri would be pulled by the other end.
That's how the culprit escaped. He just jumped.
For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Okay, shut up, nerds.
Exactly. That's what the culprit did. Wait, I don't get it. So why was Ruko at the top of the bell tower?
Well, according to Yoriko, she was attacked and found herself unconscious, and then awoke at the top of the bell tower. When Yuki and I met Yuri on the first floor, the culprit must have been waiting for us at the top of the bell tower. Along with the unconscious Yoriko, of course.
That explains why Miss Kaguya was the only one there when Miss Sora and Mr. Maeda arrived. She was a red herring. The real culprit couldn't have been there. After all, they were already outside the bell tower when Mr. Kagurine was pulled up.
It makes sense in theory, but I don't think he'd be able to be pulled up so easily.
Why not?
There's tons of other factors involved, like friction and whatnot.
Sora, do you remember the bell ringing as Yuri was being pulled up?
Yes, and now I think I know why.
Yuri was pulled up as the culprit jumped down, and his body must have hit the bell. And the evidence of that proves that is the bell itself.
Got it! The culprit threaded the rope through the hanging bell and used it as a fulcrum. I can't draw that well, but I'll draw you a picture to illustrate. Iroha, may I borrow your sketchbook?
The life jacket looks like the culprit has giant booba. For some reason, it's making me laugh a little bit. God damn it.
This is how the culprit did it.
Big booba.
As you all know, the hole in the top of the bell is very small. Small enough that the hook can't pass through it. I suspect that the culprit attached the hooks after first threading the rope through the hole.
That's really high up. How is that even possible? Well, I get it, but Sora, your drawings could use some improvement.
Everyone is a critic, especially the ultimate artist.
Wait, how did the culprit adjust the length of the rope? It sounds simple in theory, but they could have easily fallen to their death if they'd miscalculated.
I believe they practiced it beforehand. If you look at the marks on the bell, they don't look shallow enough to have been made by a single attempt.
Are you proposing that the culprit practiced this act many times before committing the actual crime?
Yes. The hooks that were connected to Yuri couldn't have passed through the hole in the bell, so the culprit wouldn't fall. The marks on the bell are probably from the friction caused by the rope, and also from the metal hooks scraping against the bell. After the culprit used the correct rope length to reach the surface, they could cut the end of the rope attached to the life jacket, and Yuri would fall to the ground due to the shifting weight and balance. This is the truth of the crime scene that Yuki and I witnessed.
Wait a moment. Even if the culprit accounted for the length of the rope, the bell tower is far too tall. If they fell while hanging from just a life jacket with a hook, the force from the landing would dislocate their shoulders.
As Kaneda says, the culprit would have severely injured without anything to cushion the impact. Unless he doesn't have shoulders. Monochrome. Something to cushion the impact. Is that why the culprit installed that object? What object? That object is... That object? The wires on the side?
Got it!
Really?
Earlier, Emma was wondering why the culprit would go through all the trouble of setting up those wires. The answer to Kanadi's question is probably the broken wires.
The broken wires?
The broken wires.
Yuri was cut by the wires as he was dragged up at a high speed. The resulting friction in the process may have had the effect of cushioning the impact.
Swiss cheese.
Now I get it. The wires weren't meant to kill Yuri, but rather to lessen the impact of the fall. This explains why the culprit went through the tedious work of setting up those wires.
Without a doubt.
So the wires went there to like create the injury, only to create the injury. Like in my head, like my first assumption was like the wires would like just entwine, like they would surround Yuri's body as he went up, and then it would just go. But instead of surrounding, it was more like a net, so that Yuri went up, but he got stuck in the wires. And of course, they started breaking because of the force. And as he went up and up, this wire started breaking, started getting cut, and started to. Alright. Not flimsy wires. Okay, continue.
There's something bothering me. If the wires were sharp enough to slice through flesh, why didn't they cut the rope? If it really was that sharp, it should have cut the rope attached to Yuri too.
That rope was made from special materials.
Ready?
It's a tough one from the mart that won't break unless you carefully cut through its padding. I thought it was cool, so I took note of it.
Nice, this thing is very convenient, but well, move on.
I didn't expect it to be used in a murder, though.
So, Ruko's not the culprit?
That's what I've been telling you from the start. I'm a victim here too.
That's too bad.
Bitch.
What? What do you mean that's too bad?
Now we have to suspect everyone besides you as the culprit. How are we supposed to narrow it down to the culprit now?
I see. So we're back at the start?
Not really. We did learn something from the previous discussion. The culprit should have been outside the monocruise during nighttime after they kidnapped Yuri.
Huh? How do you know that?
Because you don't have half an hour to put a rope to the bell and practice and practice and practice and practice and practice.
Think about it. If the culprit was able to do test runs to adjust the rope's length exactly as they needed, then they must have had enough time to do so. Being outside during nighttime with no one else but Yuri gives the culprit plenty of time to run trials without anyone finding out.
Good point. Someone surely would have noticed the culprit if he was doing trial runs during daytime.
Furthermore, there was a prevailing misconception that no one could exit the monocruise during nighttime. I'm sure the culprit thought there would be a good time to test their plan.
Okay, I'm gonna be nitpicky. There is a misconception. But it's not about like no one can leave the monocruise at the night time. No. You can't leave the monocruise at the night time. However, you can be outside the monocruise at the night time. I'm gonna be nitpicky on this. If you're inside the monocruise at night time, you can't leave. If you're outside the monocruise at night time, you can go back in. You're just like, oh, it's 10 p.m. I'm gonna go walk on the beach. Nope, you can't. You're stuck.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we still held that belief until now when people like Kokoro already knew that wasn't the case.
Well, I just stayed up all night once.
Based on the previous discussion, we can infer that the culprit is a man.
Why?
As we already know, a woman would have no reason to use such difficult methods.
It's true that Mr. Kagurine's death would be automatically attributed to a woman due to his previous outburst. So, should a man have committed the crime, the very act of murder itself would become his alibi. A rather clever ploy, I must admit.
So now that we know that, we can just narrow it down from all the guys here, right?
In that case, we already know the culprit. It's either Mikado or Shobai. Shobai doesn't have an alibi, and Mikado's the mastermind.
Please do not forget my sincere wish for a class trial free of prejudice. It should be unquestionably clear that I am giving it my all to unveil the truth.
Come on. I just noticed I've been saying his name right. I just came into assumption that was like some Chinese name or something. Like, not Chinese. God damn it, it made me sound racist. Like, not Japanese, like something from Chinese or even Korean. It made me sound racist. I don't know, I'm just surprised I've been pronouncing it right. Shobai.
Huh. Still not over.
You must be crazy. Our lives are at stake right now, and you just dozed off?
Hey, you've got all you need. I know the whole story, but you guys don't need my help to figure it out.
And no, I was gonna say, there I remember, oh yeah, we have the whole thing of they saying their names and then the little cars popping up, and no, he did have it.
I
Never
haven't
mind.
been getting a lot of sleep lately. Wake me up when it's over.
He's insane!
Anyways, Shobai or Mikado being the culprit seems unlikely, big bro. The culprit must have stayed late at the party last night to kidnap Yuri, but neither Mikado or Shobai were included in that group.
But you know, can't Mikado use magic? You've seen him flying around like nothing. Kidnapping Yuri with those abilities would be a piece of cake!
Nox's second law. All supernatural and preternatural agencies are ruled out as a matter of course.
Nox's second law.
What the heck is that?
An absolute code of logic in detective fiction that cannot be violated.
Oh, magic doesn't work. Alright.
It forbids supernatural or unrealistic phenomena from interfering with murders.
Oh, I know that! Isn't it from Umineko when they cry?
I give you my most sincere, emphatic vow that I do not use my magic for matters relating to murder cases.
I'm not sure I get it, but how can you be so sure? Do you really think we'd ever believe the word of the mastermind?
It seems I am left with little choice. Monaco, I humbly request that you add a new rule. Mikado Sanoji cannot use magic for any purpose relating to a murder case.
Are you sure about that rule?
Absolutely. I've already resolved to seal my magic, and its very existence seems to be a hindrance to the natural progression of this trial. I wish to use this opportunity to clarify my position within this killing game.
Very well. The regulations will be updated once the trial is over. Mikado Sanoji cannot use magic for any purpose relating to a murder case. As a reminder, the penalty will be execution should you fail to comply.
I understand completely. You have my deepest gratitude.
So, Mikado can't be the culprit.
No, he can. He just can't use magic.
Why are you trying to make this problem harder than it is? The answer is already out. There's a suspicious individual who satisfies every condition.
Huh?
You spoke about the conditions to be the culprit beforehand. Think it over. The individual you referred to is in plain sight.
Oh yeah. I have my notes here. Yeah, okay, I know who it is. The conditions to be the culprit.
The conditions that we brought up were...
The culprit was among those who stayed late at yesterday's party. The culprit was also part of the group that prepared the party.
Additionally, we figured out that the culprit is a man while discussing the Life Fest and the murder rehearsals.
A man who stayed late last night and helped prepare the party. Let's list them one by one. The group that stayed late was Satsuka, Hajime, Shinji, Yuri, Emma, and Yoriko. The group that prepared the party was Satsuka, Hajime, Yuki, Mikado, Yoriko, and myself. Then could the culprit be... I'm gonna give 10 seconds of suspense while I drink my water bottle. And those 10 seconds are taking a while. This is crashing. For some reason I have an itch. My knee again. God damn it. So annoying. Did I miss him? A vacant podium. No, this isn't the right person. Every time we piece together instead of one person, a person to cooperate. Oh,
Shoot!
I wanted something different. Oh, he was on the other side. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's Hajime.
It can only be you. Was it you? Hajime Makunochi.
You're killing the cool guy again. I mean, the first game was the ultimate soccer player. And he was the cool guy, but he was also... Well, he did something I consider unforgivable. But I was also the cool guy. This one I'm gonna kill the cool guy first again, really? Alright. Is that a third game? Is that a third game I know is gonna die first? Let's go for just go for it. It's fine.
Was it you, Hajime?
What? Wait a minute, Sora! Do you think Hajime's the culprit?
There's nobody aside from Hajime that meets all the conditions to be the culprit. He helped prepare the party and stayed late to drink with Yuri. He's the only one who was in both groups, and is a man as well.
Precisely. I have been suspecting Hajime since the beginning. How'd you know right off the bat? You will remember my question at the start of the investigation. I asked, how do you feel about this murder?
Ah, yes. But how is that relevant?
I can figure out whether a person is lying or not just by hearing them talk.
What? So you knew Hajime was the culprit just from that one question?
Miss Mitsume, that sounds like an even more magical ability than my own spells.
I cannot be completely sure of my deduction, naturally. But were I to narrow down my suspects, however, I can figure out the answer by simply comparing the evidence to each suspect. From that, my deduction is that the culprit is Hajime Makunochi.
Then Yuri's murderer, the person that attacked me, it was all him?
Hey, hold on a damn second! Why am I the culprit all of a sudden? Don't you remember? I may fit the bill, but that doesn't change the fact that I was drunk. The only person who wasn't drunk was Yoruko. Don't tell me you all forgot about that.
Yeah, that's true, but...
Yoruko was the only sober person at the party, and even she agrees I was drunk. How could I possibly have killed Yuri? You all said the culprit made serious preparations. Stuff like trial runs. Wouldn't that be impossible to do if you're drunk? Are you guys really accusing me as the culprit? Just because I fit your little conditions? Because if you are, I'm about to get really mad.
Because if you were... Excuse me. That came out weird. Because if you were... Oh, no, really. I suppose we should discuss is just how those pieces fit as a nice discussion. Because if you were... Stop. Stop, that's not cool.
The culprit couldn't have planned out their crimes while drunk. So they must have been someone who didn't consume alcohol.
Right! There's no way Hajime's the culprit.
Shinji, please make judgments based on logic, not your friendship. There's plenty of reasons why Hajime is suspicious.
No matter how suspicious I am, couldn't have done anything while I was drunk. Ask Yotoko and check yourself.
What Hajime just said is true. Including Hajime, everyone who stayed to enjoy the party last night were completely drunk. Except me, of course.
Are you sure about that? Did you somehow check their blood alcohol content?
You do know you can tell if someone's drunk without checking that, right?
Like I said earlier, there are reasons why Hajime is suspicious. I listen to what he says and look for a way to refute his arguments.
The culprit couldn't have planned out their crimes while drunk. So they must have been someone who didn't consume alcohol.
Oh, that's not it. How does it sound right? I should concentrate and think. Like I said earlier, there are other reasons why Hajime is suspicious.
Shoot!
The culprit couldn't have planned out their crimes while... So they must have been...
Right! There's no way Hajime's the culprit.
Shinji, please make judgments based on logic, not your friendship. There's plenty of reasons why Hajime is suspicious.
No matter how suspicious I am, I couldn't have done anything while I was drunk. Ask Yotoko and check your...
What Hajime just said is true. Including Hajime, everyone who stayed to enjoy the party last night are completely...
No, that's wrong!
What? Accuracy penalty 995. What? Where did that come from?
Everyone was completely drunk last night? I'm not so sure about that.
What are you saying?
I found these liquor bottles in the guest house, and some of them were filled with water.
Water?
At first, I thought it was mixed in during the whole mess of alcohol being brought to the party. But now that I think about it, it's possible that the culprit was just pretending to be drunk and drank water instead.
Wait a minute. I don't remember much because of my foggy memory. But are you saying that someone was just acting as if they were drunk?
If Hajime was acting drunk during the party, he
Faster.
knew we would cross him off the suspect list. There's more to it than just that.
If I'm on the right track here, something I heard that I should further condemn Hajime. That something is... He was, changed accounts. On one of the murders changed a way for Hajime so the two of them could go jogging. That doesn't... What?
Shoot!
Yoriko gave a recap of last night's events for those who partied too hard. Just before nighttime, the remaining partygoers drunkenly made their way back to the mono cruise. However, Yuri went off in his own to use the bathroom, so he didn't go back with Yoriko. It's possible that it was during this time the culprit targeted Yuri.
Got it! Yoriko, do you remember what you told me earlier? You said Yuri left to go to the washroom before you all went back to the mono cruise.
Yes, I did.
Didn't you also say that someone else left with Yuri at that time? You said you couldn't remember who that someone was, but do you think that person could have been Hajime?
Huh? Give me a second to think. Well,
Wait, I think I remember. That person told us to go ahead while he took Riri to the washroom. They told us they'd follow us back right after. They had blonde hair and bulky muscles. It was Mac!
Oh, that's Mac.
Yes, I believe it was. I wasn't paying much attention back then because I was under the influence. The thought that a murder would occur had hardly crossed my mind that night.
You both remember? Jeez, why can't I remember? Even the drunk people remember what happened. Why couldn't you, Yoriko? Because your brain has more air bubbles than last night's booze. I can't take note of everything while I'm completely absorbed in taking care of drunk people. Why are you being so harsh with me? Because your bad memory frustrates me. Had you remembered, we could have pinned down the culprit much faster than we did. But thanks to the testimonies from the others, I think we've got the culprit set in stone. Yuri must have been completely drunk. He couldn't even walk on his own. In fact, wouldn't he nearly be out cold, considering the fact that he didn't refuse help from a man like Hajime?
So Hajime lied about Yuri going to the washroom and left off with him, then never came back to the Mono Cruise.
Considering Hajime as the culprit allows everything we've talked about so far to make perfect sense. Hajime, did you really murder Yuri?
I'll extinguish ya!
Okay.
Wait! Sora, please! Hajime's the culprit? That can't be right! Hajime has an alibi, please! Let me explain. I know fighting with words isn't my thing, but I'll have to do it to fight you, Sora. I have to do it for my friend.
Oh, that's deep.
Hajime and I go jogging every morning. That's our routine right after waking up. As always, I was waiting for him this morning. Like I said, while I was waiting, I saw Hiroki leaving the Mono Cruise. Hajime did arrive a little bit later than usual, but committing murder in that small gap is impossible. He's a cool guy. When the man's gotta go, he's gotta go. You can't blame him for that.
Shinji, don't you think the fact that he arrived late itself rouses suspicion? Hajime is pretty strict about time as far as I know. Even if what you said is true, something about his actions are strange.
Yes, it's certainly strange. But when the discovery announcement was made, Hajime was with us at the dining hall. Hajime committed the murder at the bell tower. He wouldn't have returned in time to meet with us in the dining hall.
I can refute this point. Hajime won't have any more arguments to defend himself with. Listen carefully.
Hajime and I go jogging every morning. That's our routine right after waking up. As always, I was waiting for him this morning. Like I said, while I was waiting, I saw Hiroki leaving the Mono Cruise. Hajime did arrive a little bit later than usual, but committing murder in that small gap is impossible. He's a cool guy. When the man's gotta go, he's gotta go. You can't blame him for that.
Shinji, don't you think the fact that he arrived late itself rouses suspicion?
Spiral staircase and static
Hajime is
solutions
strict about
cop
time as far as
stabbings.
I know. Even if what you said is true, something about his actions are strange.
Yes, they're certainly strange. But when the discovery announcement was made, Hajime was with us at the dining hall. Hajime committed the murder at the bell tower. He wouldn't have returned in time.
I'll pierce through those words.
Okay, it is this one, but what? I don't even know why.
Sorry, Shinji. Hajime actually could have easily made it back in time. The body discovery announcement was made some time after Yuri's death.
Ah, right. Takes at least 5 minutes to climb up the stairs. It wouldn't be difficult for him to drop the body. And then while everyone is going up to see Yoroko, he just runs back to...
What?
Of course. The announcement is only made when 3 or more people discover the body. There was no announcement when Sora and I saw Yuri's corpse. Monoko announced the discovery only after we ran to the top and met Yoriko, and she also saw the body.
So, did it go something like this? From Yuri's death to the body discovery announcement, the culprit had extra time to move around while Sora and Yuki climbed up the stairs.
As everyone who used the stairs during the investigation knows, it takes at least 5 minutes to get to the top. Of course, the culprit was able to quickly get down safely by jumping off the tower using his fulcrum mechanism. This is a small island. If you run fast enough from the bell tower to the monocruise, wouldn't it be possible to meet with everyone else at the dining hall before the announcement?
Then...
Wait, but didn't Shinji say he went jogging with Hajime? Yuri died at 7:30 a.m. If they went jogging together right after the morning announcement, how did Hajime kill Yuri?
Shinji and I briefly parted ways while jogging.
But that was just to get your crow card that you left at the guest house, right? And even that didn't take more than 10 minutes! Executing this whole murder plan in such a short time isn't possible!
There's one thing that keeps bothering me. Do we agree that the culprit attacked Yuko right after the door opened, and then they carried her to the top of the tower? If so, they attacked Yuko and moved her to the bell tower at 7 o'clock on the dime. Returned to the monocruise and met with Shin, started jogging, parted with him, and went to the top of the tower again. Checked that you and Rara were there, and murdered Riri by jumping off. Dealt with the rope and the life vest, and then came back to the monocruise. All within such a short period of time?
Shinji, at what time did you meet with Hajime this morning?
Well, it was around 7:15 a.m.
At 15 minutes.
Even if we say the culprit ambushed Yoriko at 7 a.m., 5 minutes to run to the tower, 5 minutes to rush up the stairs, 5 minutes to rush back down, 5 minutes back to the cruise, there just wouldn't be enough time, even if Hajime buffed up his strength somehow.
Oh, there'd be enough time, alright. All you have to do is remove a step, and all the pieces fit perfectly into place.
Remove a step?
Were the stairs the only way down? No. He could have slid down the rope, as if he were riding an elevator. Didn't he already adjust their rope length for that?
Ah, that makes sense.
But wasn't the rope that connected to the life vest also connected to Yuri's body? Yuri died at 7:30 a.m., but if he rode the rope at that time, he would have killed Yuri after jumping. That's still a problem. He just had to get rid of the rope's connection with Yuri. Hajime could have simply yanked out the hook from Yuri's calf while he was carrying Yoriko to the top.
Ah. That's why there's 2 injuries, okay.
Ew. Not a lot of people wander outside in the morning, and Hajime would be the first person to enter the bell tower. Wouldn't everything be solved if we assume that he put it back into Yuri's leg?
That's right, there was another wound in Yuri's body. Must have been because of that. The one he had was...
Got it! The mysterious stab wound on Yuri's right calf. Kanade's hypothesis would explain how that wound was created in the first place. Initially, the hook was in Yuri's right calf, but in order to save time after moving Yoriko to the top, the culprit used it as a mode of transportation.
In other words, the culprit took out the hook from his right calf to move down, then hooked it back into Riri's left calf when he returned?
After meeting with Shinji, the only thing left for him was to take his plan into action. So when he saw Yuki and Sora making their way to the top of the bell tower, he jumped down to kill Yuri.
Wait, Rara. You said a while ago that the culprit used wires to slow the falling and cushion the impact. But if he used the rope before the murder like you just said, doesn't that mean there was nothing to cushion the impact?
Ah, that's true. The wires cutting Yuri's body would break the fall when the culprit killed him. But if he jumped with nothing but a small hook on the other side, there wouldn't be anything to slow him down.
Isn't this a bit problematic? I remember Miss Little Sis saying anyone who fell from that height would get their shoulders crushed.
No, it's not a problem this time.
Why?
I know this sounds like I'm contradicting my own words, but unlike back then, we know for sure who the culprit is.
The culprit? Are you speaking of Hajime?
I just...
I said anyone would end up with a shoulder injury because I didn't know who the culprit was. But Hajime is the ultimate boxer. Wouldn't he be able to withstand some degree of impact with his great physique?
I just did a superhero landing there. Somebody telling me. The one thing that every physics in a good long while. By coming up and saying like, yeah, you can't do a superhero landing, just destroy your whole body. But like, would you see that in the movies? Yeah, it's a movie, shut up.
After all, one cares more about their health than he does. The life vest also would have absorbed some of the impact, right?
But doesn't that sound a bit unrealistic? And even if he could survive the fall, that doesn't explain why he would bother setting up those wires. Why waste time preparing a braking system when you can just endure the impact in the first place?
In your opinion, whom amongst us would possess the fortitude necessary to pull off such a feat?
Huh? Well, based on pure muscle, I guess Hajime or Big Bro?
You see, the list of potential culprits has instantaneously been reduced to 2 individuals.
Huh? Oh, I get it. The fact that they were set up could be so the culprit could use their existence as an alibi. If there weren't any breaks, the second that jumping trick was revealed, our first question would obviously be, who could endure the impact?
What? Are you telling me they helped each other?
Exactly. Of course, he also might have still needed a safety device to lessen the pain of the full impact. Regardless of whether or not Hajime ended up enduring the impact, it's a definitive truth that the culprit jumped twice from the top of the bell tower. And therefore our conclusion would also be correct. Perhaps we should also examine Hajime's shoulders and see if we find any other condemning evidence.
Yeah, the culprit would have had plenty of time at night to estimate the strength of the impact through experimentation.
If I may interject, Yuki stated that he received a message from Yuri asking for assistance, but the existence of this correspondence in itself is extremely suspicious. Yuri, with his acute misinjury, reaching out to another man on the verge of his own death, is it not unnatural?
Most certainly. Yuki even said that Yuri was delighted at the idea of being killed by a woman. It's definitely not the attitude of someone who would ask for help if such a thing had actually happened.
The message was probably sent to Yuki by Hajime, using Yuri E-Handbook Plus to create an alibi. That way, he'd be able to make whoever witnessed the murder scene run up to the top of the tower to catch the culprit.
Now I see why he used a syringe with measurements on it to inject the anesthetic. It was to make sure that Yuri woke up the second Sora and I got to the tower.
So, Jimmy was really thinking that far ahead when he planned the murder?
Hey! Why are you all so confident that Hajime's the culprit?
So the culprit set up wires not only to cushion the impact, but to confuse us and set up an alibi. And then he used the rope to move down. I'd say that theory checks out. But why did he put the hook in Yuri's leg and then take it back out? He could have gone down the tower with the rope first and then put it in his leg.
Could it be, perchance, that Miss Kabuya's interference threw a wrench into the culprit's machinations?
Through a wrench?
Allow me to explain my reasoning. Being unable to enter the monocruise once the slumbering hours occurred, the culprit was left with no option but to wait until morning. Therefore, it was crucial that they board the ship the moment the gates opened so they could play the part of the innocent. But Miss Kabuya stated that she exited the monocruise the instant the gates opened. Perhaps the two had a fateful encounter. Thus, the culprit had no choice but to ambush her in order to eliminate any possibility of her going to the bell tower. It would have completely jeopardized his carefully laid out plans, after all.
I agree with Mikado. If you think about it, jumping off the top of the bell tower like that without anything to cushion your fall is just insane. It would have been a risky gamble, even for Hajime. He wouldn't have done it unless he was forced to, due to some outside interference.
But, like, why did Ruko even go out that early in the morning? It makes her super suspicious, you know?
I told you already. I just wanted to get a head start on my investigation. With everyone's morale being boosted from the party, I felt motivated to really give it my all. But the murder made the whole thing pointless, of course. Well, I think we finally put all the pieces together. Is there anything we're missing, Hajime?
Hey! Hajime! I still believe in you! Why are you just standing there? Tell them they're wrong!
I admit, everything they've said seems to line up nicely. I'm not sure where to start.
Maybe that's because you're guilty?
That's enough! Don't you believe in your friends at all?
You're all teaming up on me with weak, bullshit speculation. There's nothing else to say.
Terminate talk shooting is about to begin. To terminate talk shooting, you have to present a final decisive piece of evidence in order to defeat a desperate opponent, using rational arguments to defend themselves. Before you can present the evidence, you must break off a piece of the opponent's armors one by one. The screen will display a total of 8 lines, and opponent's arguments will appear around them each. Move the cursor to a piece of the dialogue and press Z to neutralize opponent's arguments. Opponent's arguments have their own HP, but can be discerned by their color. Maximum HP is 5, the arguments with HP of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 will display in grey, purple, blue, green, and yellow. You can now move to the cursor to the empty space in the middle. The lower left of the screen will display ammunition, which will decrease by 1 when you fire a bullet. You may reload by pressing Shift. With a short delay, try to time it well. Occasionally, we see a black argument on the screen, this is the opponent's true feelings. True feelings are comments arising from the weaker parts of the opponent's hearts. If you shot dead, you will take damage instead. Should opponent's true feelings arise, don't shoot it and just let it fade on its own. After breaking all layers of your opponent's armor, you have an opportunity to present a final piece of evidence that will defeat your opponent. Use the correct arrow keys to correspond to the correct set of words to put together the evidence that will answer the given prompt. If you press it in correct order, you will deliver a decisive blow that will restore the last piece of your opponent's armor and clear the minigame. Fair warning though, if you mess up with the order of the final move even once, your opponents will regain some of their health and go back on the turret.
What a load of crap! You've got no proof! Why are you suspecting me? That ain't convincing! What's the point? You guys really falling for this shit? It's over. You've got no evidence. What a load of crap! That ain't convincing! I'm done for. Why are you suspecting me? You guys really falling for this shit? I refuse to believe this! Your logic is bullshit! It's over. That ain't convincing! You guys really falling for this shit? What's the point?
It's gonna take a while.
A load of crap! You've got no proof! Why are you suspecting me? That ain't convincing! What's the point? You guys really falling for this shit? It's over. You've got no evidence. What a load of crap. That ain't convincing. You've got no proof. Why are you suspecting me? You guys really falling for this shit? I refuse to believe this. Your logic is bullshit. You've got no evidence. That ain't convincing. You guys really falling for this shit? I refuse to believe this. What's the point? I'm done for. Why are you suspecting me? That ain't convincing. I refuse to believe this! You guys really falling for this shit? Logic is
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
I refuse to believe this! Your logic is bullshit! Why are you suspecting me? You guys really falling for this shit? You've got no evidence. What's the point? Why are you suspecting me? You've got no proof. That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! You've got no evidence. What a load of crap. It's over. I refuse to believe this! Your logic is bullshit! Why are you suspecting me? You guys really falling for this shit? You've got no evidence. What a load of crap! Why are you suspecting me? You've got no proof. That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! It's over. What a load of crap! That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! Your logic is bullshit! What's the point? I'm done for. You've got no evidence. What's the point? Why are you suspecting me? Got no proof. That ain't convincing. I refuse to believe this. You've got no evidence. What a load of crap. That ain't convincing. I refuse to believe this. Your logic is bullshit. Why are you suspecting me? You guys really falling for this shit? You've got no evidence. What a load of crap. You've got no proof. Why are you suspecting me? It's over. Your logic is bullshit. Guys really falling for this shit. I refuse to believe this. You've got no evidence. What a load of crap. That ain't convincing. What's the point? You've got no evidence. Your logic is bullshit. A load of crap. You've got no proof. You've got no evidence. What's the point? What's the point? I'm done for. Why are you suspecting me? That ain't convincing. Your logic is bullshit. I'm done for. I refuse to believe this! You've got no evidence. A load of crap. That ain't convincing! I refuse to believe this! You've got no evidence. Your logic is bullshit! A load of crap. You've got no proof. You've got no evidence. Why are you suspecting me? What's the point? I'm done for. Why are you suspecting me? It's over. Your logic is bullshit! Guys really falling.
There we go.
Tell me why the hell I'm suspicious!
This is the end.
No! Stop it!
He's on his trousers. Don't you dare give me penalties. I did perfectly.
Hey, Hajime, are you really going to insist that you were drunk? You, Hajime Makunouchi, got completely drunk? That's not like you at all, Hajime.
Nobody in our group cares more about their health than you, Hajime. I thought it was kind of strange that you were drinking at the party. You did say drinking a bit was good for your health, but you've made it sound like you drank way more than that.
And I just can't see someone like you not being able to restrain themselves from drinking.
There's a little thing called mood at a party, you know? I'm human just like the rest of you. Even I can cut loose and ignore my health for a bit.
Ah, Mac, I just remembered. You were the one who invited Riri to the party, weren't you?
Oh yeah. No, wait, she did? No.
Right. He suggested that we invite Yuri, saying he's not entirely a bad person.
Oh, no, that's right. Okay. Because it was Setsuka that went to invite. But no. Okay, it was Hajime that gave the suggestion.
Even then, he hadn't forgotten to talk about the importance of health.
Damn it! Hajime, what the hell were you thinking?
Was they gonna killing a man?
I'm not the culprit.
Fine, have it your way. Let's review this case from the start. Then you'll have no choice but to admit to your crimes.
Closing argument is about to begin. Would like to hear an explanation. Now I'm fine with this. Surprisingly, I'm fine with this. Cut number 1. Yeah, Yuri makes a declaration saying that he wants the ghost to kill him. The killer gets interested in his declaration. Setsuka comes up and say like, yo, let's have a party. Everybody discussing and going like, whoa. And the killer's like, yeah. I began the cobra is quietly observing the situation. Yuri is heavily intoxicated. The cobra began helping setting up the party. In preparation, the cobra sneaks some alcohol. And he starts observing the party and sees that Yuri is drunk as well as Yuri. Cobra pretending to help Yuri in sneaking away from the group. Party went on to nighttime. Party went on to nighttime. Pretends I'm helping Yuri. Takes Yuri to the bell tower and he says anesthetic. Cobra adjusted the whole plane, installing wires and preparing any other thing necessary for the trick. The Cobra is startled by Yoriko's unexpected appearance. At the venture of the preparations, the Cobra waits for the monocruise gates to open in the morning. Yoriko walking out right as the gates of the monocruise open. So it's this one. Wait, there's 9. I just noticed. The Cobra ambushing Yoriko, injecting anesthetics. After adjusting the rope, the culprit carries Yoruko to the top of the bell tower. There's this one. And this one. Nope. Alright. Knocks down Yoruko. Adjusts the rope. He carries her to the top of the tower, then jumps. Okay. Culprit carry on the murder trick. The culprit puts the hook back on Yuri's other calf. Culprit returns to the monocruise in the shortest time possible, meets up with Shinji. The culprit parts with Shinji with made up excuse. Ready to put his plan into action, the culprit sends a message to Yuki. No? Goes back to the cruise. Ah, there we go. Here's the message. Then the culprit saw that Yuki and I arrived at the bell tower. With the safety device in play, the culprit jumps down from the bell tower. Connected to the culprit by the hope, Yuri ascends to the top as the culprit is falling. Culprit disposes of this possible incrimination device and dashes back to the monocruise. Oh no, wait, can I go back? No. Okay, it just shows random ones. Okay, so he jumps. While being pulled by the rope, Yuri is savagely cut up by the wires set up across the stairs. The culprit cut in the hope after reaching the ground. Yuri falls back down to the gravity when the hope is cut. You cannot discover Yuri's corpse. No, this isn't the one. Is this one? This one? Then the culprit after returns to the monocruise successfully joins the others before the body discovery announcement. Oh, it is this one. Alright.
It all began when Yuri started saying all that weird stuff about wanting to die for a single woman. He knew we were all growing desperate, so he offered any girl the chance to kill him and escape. Unfortunately, his words caught the attention of this case's culprit. If Yuri had been killed, everyone would suspect a woman of being the culprit. The culprit used this to their advantage in the murder. However, Yuri had locked himself away and only answered to women. Setsuka decided she wanted to host a surprise party to get everyone to cheer up. Our culprits saw this party as a critical part of their plan. After getting himself involved with the party setup, he was able to convince everyone to invite Yuri. While preparing the party, our culprit took the opportunity to swap some of the drinks with alcohol. This was to make sure people would get drunk. It wasn't long after the party started when Yuri, a man who was fond of alcohol, had become completely intoxicated. Both our culprit and the victim drank late into the night until they had to return to the monocruise. Once the party reached its end, our culprit helped Yuri and slipped away from the others. As a result, both the culprit and the victim were left all alone at night outside the monocruise. Once separated, the culprit took our victim directly to the bell tower. Since this all took place at night, there were no witnesses or interruptions that could affect them. Yuri was already passed out from being drunk, but to be extra sure, our culprit used a syringe to inject him with an anesthetic solution that would keep him out for a long time. Since our culprit had plenty of time until morning, he took some time to practice his method.
I guess the argument could be, but Yuri was asleep outside during this whole thing. Like, wouldn't he be punished for that? Well, the argument for that, counter-argument for that would be like, well, it was in the reason of a murder case, so maybe it could be considered like, I don't know, that little bypass. As long as the destination is murder, everything is okay.
It was during this practice that they made sure all of their measurements were perfect. Once the culprit was satisfied with their preparations, they had to wait outside until morning. Once the morning announcement went off, our culprit was going to enter the monocruise. However, as soon as the doors opened, Yoriko stepped out of the monocruise. If she had gone to the bell tower, this whole case would have been ruined for the culprit. The culprit had no choice but to inject her with the remaining anesthetic and moved her to the bell tower. Although the decision was made in the moment, it actually ended up driving suspicion away from them. During this time, the culprit had become late to the morning jog with Shinji, so they had to hurry. So, they removed the hook from Yuri's right calf while moving Yoriko. Going both up and down the stairs would take too much time, so they decided to use the hook as a means of transportation. With Yoriko in tow, the culprit rushed to the top of the bell tower. With the hook detached, our culprit quickly jumped off the tower using their fulcrum method. Normally, they would injure themselves without the weight of Yuri and the wires to slow them down. But they decided to take a risk and put their faith into their fitness and health. Luckily for our culprit, his talent was perfect for something like this. The culprit, who had shortened his travel time, joined with Shinji in the monocruise. During the jog, our culprit made an excuse to depart from Shinji for a moment. Returning to the bell tower, the culprit rearranged the hook placement. They couldn't reuse the right calf, as it had been completely torn up. So they inserted it into the left calf. This is the reason he had wounds on both of his calves. Once everything was ready, the culprit used Yuri's e-handbook plus to send a distress message to Yuki.
So it's completely fine for me to keep saying e-handbooks plus since the game came up and said it. Okay, just good to know, good to know.
As Yuki received the distress message, our culprit quickly made their way up to the bell tower. Once the culprit heard that we had arrived and Yuri had woken up, the culprit jumped off the bell tower once again, this time with the intention of murder. Yuri, who was connected to the life jacket via the hooks, was sent flying into the air. As Yuri flew up, he was cut by several sharp wires that had been set up by the culprit. The culprit, now safely on the ground, cut the rope and Yuri was sent falling downwards to finish him off. Since there was nothing to slow his fall, it was without a doubt the true cause of death. Yuri, who we had just witnessed alive a moment earlier, was now a bloody mess on the ground. This is the truth of Yuri's death as Yuki and I had witnessed it. Once we saw the gruesome sight, we decided to rush up the stairs, hoping to find the culprit at the top. While we rushed to the top, the culprit disposed of the life jacket and was hurried towards the monocruise. Doing so would give them an alibi when the body discovery announcement went off. Fortunately for them and their fitness, they were able to make it back in time for the announcement. Right after the body discovery announcement, the culprit made their way to the bell tower with everyone else. In doing so, they reacted innocently with everyone else and pretended to be shocked by the event. However, this was all an act. In truth, they had been the one to kill Yuri. That culprit is without a doubt. You, Hajime Makunochi, the ultimate boxer!
What if he's the ultimate boxer, but he's actually just the guy that moves boxes around? But he works in a box factory. Or he just literally just like the ultimate boxer, but all he does is like wear very fashionable boxers and pose for them for magazines. Like underwear and stuff. Maybe he's the guy that likes porn magazines. Just for the...
It's over, Hajime. You are the culprit.
For the sales pitch. Bitch.
Well, I guess I can't argue against that.
Does that mean?
It can't be helped. They got it all right. I'm sorry, Shinji, but I'm the culprit.
How much money? Nay. Eight skill points. You want? Whoa, that's a lot of money. Give an additional 2,900 C as a rank bonus. That's a lot of money.
Have we reached a conclusion? That wasn't nearly as interesting as I thought it would be. Are you ready to see if your answer is right or wrong? As a warning, you only have one chance. I will assume that you've had enough time and proceed to the voting.
Ladies and gentlemen, use the panel in front of you to vote for who you believe to be the culprit. Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What is it going to be?
Verdict. And it is the boxer dude. The verdict is true. I'll raise. I'll raise. Yeah. Would you like to save a game? Yeah, sure. Was a long last trial. Your answer is correct. The culprit who killed Yuri Kagarin was Hajime Makunochi. Congratulations on coming to the correct conclusion. Hajime, how could you?
My bad.
I'm sorry.
What?
Sorry, you're the culprit. You murdered Yuri, and all I have to say for myself is I'm sorry. Why? Hajime, why would you of all people kill someone?
That's...
Right, please give us an answer. Why did you kill Yuri, Hajime? I can't tell you. You can't tell us.
Yes.
You wouldn't understand. Even if I did, and it would only make sense to despise me more than you already do. Are you serious? It's your fault we had to go through this whole trial mess in the first place. With all this and you don't even give us a straight answer? Now to be honest, you weren't very helpful, sis.
Hey now.
Mac, please tell us. We just want to know why. Did you forget about the rules of the class trial? The rules? If the Blacken's identity is revealed in the trial, they will be punished.
Listen.
Right. Hajime, you're about to die now. Don't you realize that? Indeed, these are the cruel rules of the class trial. If the Blacken is identified during a class trial, they all will be punished. Since Monochrome confirmed your answer, Hajime is without a doubt Blacken like your Yuri. And thus, Hajime won't be able to escape from the inevitability of his imminent death.
Yeah, but...
She's right, Hajime. We don't despise you. We have to know what led you to commit murder.
That's why.
Was it just because you wanted to escape? Is that all?
That's...
It was the same for all of us. We have our friends and family waiting for us outside. We all had the willpower to hold on desires to escape. It's hard to believe that Hajime would just murder someone because he wanted to leave.
To be honest...
He must have another reason. Something that pushed you to commit murder. Mac, just tell us what it was. If you don't, I really don't know if you'll ever be able to move forward from this.
My bad.
I'm sorry, I still can't tell you. Hajime. But you're right. I didn't kill Yuri just to get off this island. I had to commit murder, so I did. My decision didn't have a process. The only thing left to behold is the outcome. Whatever my true reason was, I killed Yuri. I'm not trying to make any excuses here. I just want to die the way I am now, as a murderer. Hajime.
Come on.
Die? Don't just jump to conclusions. That's not decided yet, just wait, I'm sure there'll be another way. What are you talking about? There are no exceptions for the rules on this island. Are you turning to escapism now?
But wait!
No, but...
I'm sorry, but...
Hold on just a second, Hajime. Did you say you wanted to die as a murderer? Why are you getting that, Kokoro?
That's true.
That's not what you're thinking at all.
What are you saying?
It's clear to me now.
You cannot deceive me, Hajime. The emotion in your words just now. You're hiding something. Well, yes, he is. What's the matter, Kokoro?
I'll explain.
But it's true that Hajime's words just now seem stoic. His thoughts betray something else entirely. Hajime is under the belief that he himself will not die at all.
Are you for real?
What do you mean, Kokoro? Are you reading his thoughts or something?
Aside from that...
I know your mind's reading is real, Coco, but doesn't it seem a bit off for Mac to think that way right now?
Well...
I cannot read his exact emotions because of the sunglasses covering his eyes. But I see that there was an abnormal reason for your murder of Yuri. What was it?
What are you saying?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I was prepared to die. I have nothing more to say. Monochrome, just start your stupid punishment. Mr. Makunoichi, you may tell them.
What?
What?
Now then.
You may tell them the truth. I suppose you are concerned about these consequences, but that is of no matter. Speak freely. Besides, I doubt we can hide this from Kokoro any longer.
Better watch it.
Hey, stop bothering him. Why are you trying to make that decision for him? It is another one of your conspiracies.
But...
Mikado, are you sure it's okay? Huh?
Good grief.
Completely. You are already aware of your abilities, yes? While we cannot reveal everything at this moment, telling them your reason for murder should be acceptable. I will handle the aftermath. Do as you please, Mr. Makunoichi.
Huh?
Those two? What are they talking about right now? She reminds me of someone. Those eyes, right now. She reminds me of someone.
Ah, I see.
Really? Well, if you say so. Nothing's ever gone wrong listening to you. Hajime, what is going on here? And finishing that sentence, Hajime took a deep breath. Then he spoke.
So, y'all want to know why I committed murder, huh? The answer's simple.
It's because I was supposed to commit murder.
His eyes full of madness, his mouth letting out a twisted tone of voice. The Hajime we knew was gone, and in his place was a Hajime we had never seen before.
Whoa, what are you talking about, Hajime? You're acting really strange.
Hmm? What's so strange? You all wanted to know why I did it, right? And it's just as I said. It was my mission to murder.
I don't understand what you're saying. And something doesn't look right about you now.
Sorry for keeping quiet. But since it's already too late, and Mikado gave me permission, I'd like to say it out loud to y'all.
I don't...
Say what out loud?
Careful now.
Although this must be painful to hear, I must reveal that Mr. Makunochi is a proud member of Void.
What?
Void? What is that?
This is...
That's the name of the organization Mikado briefly mentioned the first day we came to this island.
But
Huh? Didn't he just make that up for his false persona?
But...
Looks like that wasn't the case. That's right. I'm working with Mikado, the mastermind behind this whole killing game.
What?
Wait!
It's a lie. This can't be real.
wrong.
It's no lie. The fact perfectly explains Hajime's strange behavior. Was all planned out from the start. And everything he did, everything we know of him, it was all an act.
Hey!
I told you, didn't I? If I tell why I killed you all, hate me even more. I was trying to pay you all back for a past week together by getting off the stage as quietly as possible. Hajime, were you really on the mastermind side this whole time?
Yes.
That's right. I've been on his side for the very first day of this field trip. Before that even, from the very start of this plan. That's
Are you for real?
the world famous boxing star Hajime Makunoshi involved in a large-scale criminal organization like this. Damn it. Not only would have been perfect for a headline, but I'm in shock. I can't believe it. You? Hajime? Why? How come? What do you mean by supposed to murder?
I believe.
They likely coordinate this event in advance. They must kill someone to escape this island. It is easier said than done. A killing game could easily fall into a deadlock when the centerpiece is something as wicked as murder. I suppose Hajime's goal was to break the deadlock by committing the first murder. Am I correct?
I'm impressed.
Indeed. We had planned everything in advance. It would have been serendipitous for the murder to have occurred without Mr. Makunoshi's involvement. But reality is rarely that cooperative.
What the?
A conversation at the dining hall yesterday. Do you remember when Yuri said that your motives for murder was weak? Back then, Mikado answered that the killing game was structured so that someone would kill. It is what he meant by that. Hajime worked for the mastermind and hid among us in our daily lives. And if a murder didn't occur, he was going to come out and do it himself.
Now then.
Now that we crossed this threshold, I believe it would be better to drive the dagger of despair even deeper. Allow me to reveal one more painful truth to you all. In truth, Mr. Makunoshi and I are not the only members of Void. What? Myself included, Void is an organization of 5 members in total. And all 5 of them are currently standing in this very courtroom. Do you fully grasp the implications of what this means?
No way.
That means there is more of us besides Hajime that are working for you right now.
What?
No way. Who are they? Naturally, I cannot say. Oh, and if it wasn't already evident, the late Mr. Kagari is excluded from all this. It is truly a tragedy. It would have made the school trip so much more interesting had he lived a little bit longer. I had no choice. It was to create a conflict of man versus woman for the exact recreation of the case. Yuri was the only one whose death would be able to achieve that. Recreation? He stirred up theories of a woman being the culprit just by being the victim of this case.
Huh?
What? Hajime, don't tell me that was the sole reason of murder someone.
Hey!
You're listening, Shinji? My mission was to kill someone. All I had to do was choose who. Of course, I had to prepare the murder and all the tricks by myself as well. It was a lot of work, and a lot of weight on my shoulders.
But
I tried my best to win, but I guess it was too hard for me to receive the brain power of 13 people. Not to mention, it would have been a whole other problem had I actually won. You bastard! Huh? Big bro, no violence! Unable to repress his anger, Shinji ran towards Hajime. But Hajime easily overpowered Shinji, someone taller than himself, with a single punch.
Dumbass!
Are you nuts? Did you really think you could challenge the ultimate boxer? Mr. Makunoichi, even if we are about to depart, violation of the rules under my watch is unacceptable.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. My job is done here. Shinji!
Oh my god.
He's out cold.
You're kidding!
What was that? Hajime, you hit Big Bro with your full strength. We've been together for a week now. I thought you saw us all as your friend.
Unforgivable!
Did everything that happened this week means nothing to you?
Yeah, well.
Well, it was enjoyable to some extent. At one point, I really did feel like I had some real friends. But why? Why did you bring us here just to make us kill each other? Kokoro, can you just read his mind and find out?
I'm sorry.
Mind reading is not perfect. I cannot be used anytime I desire either. I can only tell the general emotion state and the mood of the individual, not their exact thoughts. I can't just simply understand why he's decided to side with the mastermind. What I can tell right now though, is that everything Hajime has said is true.
My bad.
Anyways, sorry for tricking you guys. But I couldn't help it. I can't live on without this plan. What does that mean? Pardon me, Mr. Sonoji and Mr. Makunoichi. Every time your words get the spotlight, I feel like I am reduced to a mere bird with no purpose. I have my roles as a teacher and judge, and it seems like the time has come for me to do my job as well. Ah yes, it seems that I was a bit too hasty in giving my surprise announcement. Without further ado, Mr. Monochrome, please begin the grand finale of the class trial.
Very well.
I have prepared a very special punishment for this case blackened. Hajime Makunoichi, the ultimate boxer.
Hey.
Huh? I think that's enough, Mikado. You don't have to go this far. I don't need the punishment, so just tell me the way you're out and I'll be waiting for you there. I beg your pardon? I'm afraid I don't follow. You are the loser of this trial, therefore you'll be executed.
Hey.
Whoa, stop joking around. I was supposed to leave after this. Sure you won't actually kill me, will you? I will.
What?
What? No.
But...
Forgive me, Mr. Makunoichi, but even I cannot bend the rules of this game. Are you not aware that we void are participating on the side of the students? I'm certain I've not forgotten that the correct identified Blacken must face execution.
What are you saying?
I said stop joking around. Shall we begin?
Ah, I see.
Oh, it is just part of the act, right? It is pretending, right? Farewell, Mr. Makunoichi. I shan't forget you.
Farewell.
There is no need to cower in fear like that. Who knows? Perhaps if our plan succeeds, a blessed of fortune might be able to rescue you.
You son of a bitch! Do you think the other three are just gonna let you get away with this? I'll reveal the entire plan right now!
It's punishment time!
And I gotta mute myself. Okay, the last bit was unnecessary. What was that for? My apologies again, Mr. Makunoichi, but you should have realized. No matter what might befall you, the Void Owl have no choice but to obey me without question.
Farewell.
Adios, Mr. Makunoichi. Thank you for the entertainment. What was that?
My god.
Is this real? Although we had sided with the mastermind of Kyuyuri, the life of a person who had been breathing alive a moment ago had vanished in another. As we witnessed the shocking scene, no one was able to let out a word about the sudden influx of new information.
Hey.
Have you finally awakened? Just now, I sensed that some interesting stuff was going on.
So let me get this straight.
Anyways, here's what you said. There are 5 masterminds among us, including yourself. Said masterminds have pre-planned to carry out the murder in front of us though. And you guys are making us practice in this order to achieve some kind of purpose.
Well done.
That would be correct.
Alright.
So then why not just betray your allies?
So what?
Like the boxer said, I don't think the other 3 are just gonna twiddle their thumbs and do nothing about this. What do you think?
Careful now.
Mr. Hashimoto, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not your creed to stay out of the affairs of others. Does it benefit you? Directly?
Are you serious right now?
I do. It's just out of curiosity. Satisfy my curiosity would directly benefit me, right?
Ah, shit.
For the moment you reviewed yourself as the mastermind on the first day here. I still have yet to figure out you even one bit. I gotta wonder how perfect your plan is for you to be okay with all the ways of spoiling things. Our business is none of your concern. This applies to the remaining 3 members of the Void as well. I can understand that you may be confounded by my actions today, but as you have reached the conclusion of this trial, I ask that you please think things over carefully in your rooms. Whether this was an act of mere betrayal or a sacrifice for the greater good. After finishing this sentence, Mikado disappeared into flames. He broke his own rules. Aside from Shobai, the rest of us stood in the class trial room without knowing how to speak.
Well, great.
Is it over? It's about time. I'm heading back. Now then, everyone, let's head back to the monocruise. I know this is hard. Even Big Sis herself here is barely standing tall right now. And so it's you, I'm falling asleep in my chair. But we need to move on. Let's do it in the monocruise. Let's go back and think on this.
Oh dear.
Right, Shinji's still knocked out cold. We need to take him to the infirmary.
Hey, hey.
Alright, Biki, Kana, could you two help me out?
Not happening.
Don't touch me.
What?
Stay away from me. There's 3 voids among us and they're all working with the mastermind. I can't trust anyone aside from Kanade. Get out of my sight.
What the?
What are you talking about? What's more important is... Calm down and think about this first. What is your problem? Did I interrupt your older sister when she's talking? Sorry, please don't be mad at me.
Hey.
About you, Kanade. But if both of your sisters are members of Voids. That is not true. Well, that's easy for you to say. Sorry, but a journalist suspects everything I see. Wait, then what about you? Don't you have any evidence that you're not part of Void? You know, it's also possible to think that you playing together with Hajime to intentionally muddle up the case. The both of you working together as fellow members of Void. What did you say?
Calm down.
Calm down, you guys. Why are you suddenly fighting? We can't suspect each other like this. If Mikado and Hajime were speaking the truth, it'd be hard to put trust in anyone from now on.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, but carry Shinji by yourself. If you're going to act like this, I guess I can't trust you guys either. Hey, why is everyone...
There's no use.
It's no use, Setsuka. Maybe this was how we were meant to be. But I'm afraid of being killed by one another from the start. And now that we know there is 3 other masterminds in disguise, it'd be a miracle if things ever went back to the way they were before.
Hey now.
What's wrong with you? Sure, Riri and Mac are dead. Yes, 3 of us are on the mastermind side. So what? Should we just give up on everything we built at this point and start killing each other? Don't you think that's even more ridiculous? Sorry, I may have gone too far. But at least for now, no one is in the right state of mind. If only Big Bro was awake. Everyone's going crazy. Bro, what about you? She's in a meltdown state. Rara, let's go. We should take Shinji to the infirmary. Oh, okay. That dramatic scene was like a perfect summary of how an infectious disease becomes a pandemic. Some of our bonds were already unstable from the start. The last trial just hammered the final nail in the coffin. Even Setsuka was trying to encourage everyone. Deep behind her words could lie some sort of distrust in us. Our lives together would never be the same, thanks to this class trial. All that was left was the impact of a small seed named Void that Mikado was left behind. After carrying Shinji to the infirmary with Setsuka, I silently left the monocruise on my own. Some time had passed and I has arrived, but the chaos still remains in the monocruise. A chaos where you can't trust anyone. A chaos where your only ally is yourself. The prevailing distrust that we were currently feeling could easily lead a murder while I walk along the beach now. Is there even anything I can do about it? In my current state of affairs, all I can do is just watch as the chaos unfolds. To avoid being lost inside the turmoil, I stroll along the night seashore in silence. Who am I? Who am I to have to go through these events at this place? If anyone out there knows the answer, please tell me. What's that sound just now? Through the sound of the wind and the waves of the night sea, I heard a man's voice. Ignoring my overwhelming anxiety from hearing the sound of the voice, I approached the origin of the sound. And that I found...
It's that person?
I forgot his name. God damn. Back to 14. The number of voids members remaining is 4. Yo, they need champions belts. Can I save the game now? But like I said, yeah, thank you. 4 hours. Welcome to Void Tier. Yeah, no, later. Oh, another day. Another day. I'm not in the right mind to keep playing the game and seeing Void Tier and having fun and stuff. It's a 4-hour stream. That was the last time I did a 4-hour stream. I think it was on the first chapter. On the first chapter, on the first... Yeah, oh no, on the first chapter of the first game. I don't usually do 4 hours. Usually I just go for 3 hours. Maybe 2. This game is very long. Like, I think it's the voice acting. Since I'm not the one reading, it takes a little bit longer to go through. And then there is like tutorials and arguments and stuff like that. I don't know what to continue after this. I'm just tired. No, I have something to say. So usually I do like 2 live streams of every chapter, and then I have 1 live stream of a break where I try to play something else. It's just to keep the content alive, you know, keep the content alive on my own interest. So the next live stream is not gonna be Danganronpa Another, Super Danganronpa Another 2, whatever is the subtitle. It's gonna be something else. But of course I am going to finish the game. So yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching. Good night. I'm tired. Good night.